Good morning. How is everybody? I hope you're good. Hope your day's been good so far. I'm in the waking up arc of my day. And today I came prepared. I got tea. So hopefully no voice cracks. You know? Yo, what's up, Feeve? What's up? How are you? How's it going? I'm trying to drink this the mature way with no honey or sugar, and it's not great. What up, man? Damn, you're gonna be drowning in waves? Kind of, or in cornrows. You know. Doing okay? Glad to be here. How are we? I'm good. I am good. I'm a little tired. I went to the gym at 10 last night, thinking, that would leave me enough time to go to sleep. But events at the gym and on the way home left me super awake. So it took me a while to get to sleep. Because on the way back, in Texas, people find stop signs to be optional, And so almost got in a wreck. We're good because I got them reflexes, from GTA. I got all those reflexes to swerve in the nick of time. Yeah, right in the nick of time, I'm on 1 hour sleep. I feel you, man. I'm glad you're okay. Yo, Beryl, how's everything going, man? I've been thinking about you. I hope everything's good. Hope everything's good. And when I was at the gym yesterday, I was doing my thing. Yesterday was like a push day. And so I was walking to the dumbbell park because I need to do some lateral raises. And I get my dumbbells, do some lateral raises. I set it down, and then I feel a tap on my shoulder. And I'm like, that's weird. I usually just kind of stick to myself at the gym. I don't really talk to anybody. And I turn around, and there's a girl standing there, and I'm like, oh, God, I'm finished. Did I look in the wrong way? Am I about to be on a TikTok video? But she was like, are you a photographer? And I was like, yeah, I am a photographer, actually. And then she looks at me and she goes, do you remember me? And instantly I'm like, no, I do not, actually. But that'd be rude. So I was like, of course I remember you. Of course. Luckily, she was like, yeah, I haven't seen you since this photo shoot. Then I remembered her. But it was weird because I'm not really used to talking to people at the gym, and it kind of threw me off. So I wasn't like super social, I was kind of locked in, headphones in. I was in the gym like this with my AirPods in, hood on, just locked. And she was trying to have a full conversation, but I'm listening to the X right now. I'm not really in the mood to talk. I'm just trying to get my lift in. She's all right. She's just weak and tired from the hospital and everything. Hoping she would feel better in the next few days. I hope so too. I hope so too. I hope so too. I'm glad she's doing better though. But yeah, those two things combined made it difficult to get to sleep. Not gonna lie. But here we are. And tea with no sugar, no honey, kind of gross. I'm not gonna lie to you. I appreciate you checking in, man. It means a lot. Absolutely. It's actually not great. It's kind of an understatement. I don't know how people do it. I don't know how people drink tea with nothing or coffee black. I need someone to teach me their ways. I also need to go live on TikTok. I haven't done that in a couple days. Boom. So we go. We're live on TikTok as well. Stop eating food. I'm not eating food. What are you talking about? I can't do that, man. I need some sugar in my tea. It's terrible. I don't get it. I just always felt like those people were super cool. And how are you, Legate? How's it going? It's day one. I'm trying. And for coffee, it has to be drowning in creamer. True. I'm good. That is good. I'm glad. But hopefully, because of said tea, we have limited voice clearing and limited What's up, the sky? Love that. Love that. Yo, what's up, Judas? How are you? How's it going? It's not great, but I feel like maybe it'll be an acquired taste and I'll start to appreciate it more, you know? That's kind of my hope. I'm good. How are you? Judas, are you on spring break? Or are you just finishing spring break? And I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Still no word on those new updated emotes. The 2 other emotes that are supposed to be approved, you know? On the very rare occasion I've tried coffee, I put whipped cream in it. Yeah, I feel like cream is a little too, like coffee's a little too bitter. I just finished. I'm in class, sadly. How was your spring break? Was it good? My spring break, the beginning of April? That's late. I've never heard of spring break beginning in April. Spring break was nice though, but now I got 2 months. Yeah, 2 months of straight school. That's always the brutal one. I drink unsweet tea though. How? Did you always like it, Legate, or did you just like, is it an acquired taste? And maybe I'm drinking the wrong kind. What kind do you drink? Teach me your ways. Teach me your ways, because I'm trying to like unsweet tea and I'm just at home. Did you mix the cream in the coffee or just on top like Starbucks? Me, I mix it if I ever have it. I drink English tea, breakfast tea with no sugar. Maybe I should try that one. Yo, what's up, Glitch? How are you? I was a bit upset with myself though. Why? Maybe I should try that one. So the plan, I'm gonna buy my own tea cup though, like a cool one. I feel like now that I'm becoming a tea drinker, I need something like make it official, you know? Something like super official. Let's see. Like this or something, you know? Like this right here. You know? That looks pretty official, right? That's cool. I'm not a morning coffee drinker no more, though. How come? Good. Damn tea drinkers. I'm trying, bro, it's for my voice. It's for my voice. I had a good workout routine going, then I fell off it. I started going on Friday, though. But that's okay. Yo, it's good that you're back, though. Yo, what's up, lol? What's up? I feel you. I feel you, Barrel. I need it, Darko. My voice keeps going out. So I have to drink tea. You know? Hope all's well. Have a blessed day, my guy. Yo, same to you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Have you tried green tea? That's what I'm drinking right now. That's what's in this cup. You're kind, always trying to have a voice. I'm also a minority. I think that's a cool one. You know? So I may get that, and that'll be my teacup instead of this one, which is just like a cup. It's kind of gross, though. I work at T-Mobile, so I basically talk for a living, and yeah, tea is a must-have. Yeah, I've started to realize that as I talk every day. But at first I was fine, but I think it's talking every day for hours straight is kind of getting to me. English breakfast is more bitter than green tea. Okay. So did you always like tea, or was it just like an acquired taste type thing? How many pops you got? 43. 43 at the moment. 43. I hate tea. It tastes like warm, unsweetened iced tea. That's kind of what I'm tasting right now, unfortunately. But what I'm hoping is that it's an acquired taste, you know? I dislike tea. I hate the flavor. That's kind of where I'm at right now. I'm trying though. You still collecting? Yes, but I just haven't decided what my newest Funko is going to be. And how are you, Darko? How's it going? How are you enjoying New Vegas? I've been lurking, you know. I've been lurking. I kind of like hit the Control Plus, so it's just face cam, so I don't see the game. There's a town hall tomorrow for what? Then pull me out of school. You need me to write you a note? I'll write you a note. Can I do that? Be like, you have to leave at 10:30. I can do that. I don't know. Last time it was because someone stole the principal's laptop. Jesus Christ. What? Wow. Yeah, you got to take care of yourself, man. Also, there are a lot of variants. You would probably enjoy some lemon and lavender tea. I may do that. We may have to do like a, not a tea tier list, but like just try different ones a day till I find one. I used to put honey in my green tea. Yeah, I don't have any right now. So I kind of just went for it, unfortunately. Now they need a person to come in and sign out. Okay. What time? What time's a good time? Tea taste? Yeah, we may need a tea taste thing. Kind of like how Rage, I don't know if you saw Rage's stream last night, but he did a Prime taste test and a Beast Burger taste test where he ordered everything. Love New Vegas is fun as fuck. You're gonna like it. Legit had an amazing stream yesterday. Some guy came in, blessed me, and donated $5, and he didn't even want to get to know me first. Damn. Deadass first period like 7:30. Okay, 7:30. That's pushing it, but I'll try, Judas. So like maybe like this, where all the teas are right here. Make it a YouTube video tasting different teas. I should. We have like all the teas right here, right? Set up like something back here where we have it. And then, slowly but surely we just take teas. That'd be fun. That'd be interesting. I wonder how much all that cost. How many? Let's see. So he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 flavors of Prime. So Prime's not that expensive, right? Prime is nasty, not gonna lie. I've never had it. I've never had it before. Japanese sencha? What kind of tea is that? Oh, that's a green tea. I never tried it, nor do I intend to. So 12 is like $30. So it's less than 12, $13. Buying the whole menu. Oh yeah, Mr. Beast Burger. Yeah, that's probably a lot. It didn't really look great though. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, let me get to the part where he shows it up close. It doesn't look like it'd be good. Let me see. Is Dairy Queen actually gonna give out free cones today? I don't know. I haven't been to Dairy Queen in forever. I do feel like buying the whole menu would be pretty intense. I'm literally looking for the part where he shows it. But I can't find it. Have you tried the Shack restaurant? Shack has a restaurant? I didn't know that, to be honest. Jasmine green tea is the most soothing kind of tea in my opinion. Maybe I should try that. Yeah, fried chicken. Is it on like DoorDash and stuff like that? I can't find the clip where he shows it. I'll look later. Because what I found out, let me go to like DoorDash real quick. So the other day I learned about ghost kitchens. Yeah, I always buy tea in boxes from stores. That's kind of what I did. That is what I did. I'm not sure, but it's in your neck of the woods. Shack restaurant. Oh, his is an actual location. Oh. I thought it was like a ghost kitchen. Did you get a Lucario Funko Pop? Unfortunately, I have not yet. I keep forgetting. Let me look it up on Amazon for you right now and see if I can get one. I've never used DoorDash? Really? Are you not like a takeout person? It's good to know, my brother. Yo, what's up, Fred? How are you? If they are, I'm ditching school and going to Dairy Queen. Get it. Do it. No, it's not like the Mr. B. Okay. Oh, there is a Lucario Funko Pop. I may have to get that. And thanks for the rose. I appreciate you. Do you not like order food, Legate? It's real. Huh. Big chicken. I wonder where it is by me. No, I don't. Ah, that's why. Lucario fucks, he does. Hot take, but I'm not really a big fan of mac and cheese on like my sandwiches and stuff. I have a Publix right around the corner within walking distance. That you get the subs, right? The pub subs. It looks good. Yeah, it does. I'm just not a fan of when people put like mac and cheese like they do right here on sandwiches. I feel like that's a bit much, but that's just me. You know? That feels like a bit much. How many Funkos do you have? 43. Any advice for early 30s trying to get into streaming as a pastime? My first advice would be to try not to overthink it and just kind of dive in, because that's what I did. You don't have to stream every day like I do, but I think starting it is a good idea first. You know, because you have to get over those initial nerves that you're going to have. So do that first. Look for other people who seem cool and, connect with people. That's always fun. That's one of the best things about streaming is connecting with people. So I say connect with people and then have fun with it. You know, I like it. It's an extra step I'm willing to take. I just feel like it's better separate. I agree with Barrow. Debate me equals cheese is good, but eventually there's too much cheese. Yes. No, I agreed. I agree, Judas. That's what like. I see people get burgers that also have mac and cheese on it, and I feel like that's a bit much. You know? I feel like every once in a while, we take it a step too far. You know? Not saying that mac and cheese isn't good, because I love mac and cheese, but, you know, like, I'm just not a huge fan of it. I love the sound of the sound of mac and cheese. Wait, we talking about food? Yes. Apparently, one of the health benefits of jasmine green tea is 10 to 16% increase to fat burning and a 4 to 5% metabolism boost. I mean, that's a good benefit. I feel like if I keep drinking tea, I'll learn to like it. You just have to acquire the taste. It's like I used to not really like soy sauce until I just kind of made myself start putting it in stuff. And now I like it. So. And I ain't lactose. I just can't stand a lot of cheese. I mean, that's fair. I love soy sauce. Now I'm a big soy sauce guy now. I enjoy it. I used to hate it though. But now I like it. Jordan, are you favoriting Twitch? Yes. Yes. No? Yeah, Lev is wild. I can see how you hated her early on. Oh, I said it. No. Okay, I think we're good. Let's just be good and we're good. I'm lactose intolerant and I drown in cheese. You just have to take the L for cheese sometimes. I'm like that. Wow. I'm sorry, Judas. I'm sorry. I'm still connecting. I'm lactose intolerant too, for the record, though. But I don't care. Lev is a big... You said what? The T word. The other platform. While I'm live on TikTok. No, I see how this... No, Judas, I'm here. We're right here. We're locked in. We're locked in, bud. We're locked in. The health benefits from tea way outweigh the benefit of coffee. Lies? No. No lies. No lies. We're all locked in, you know? We're all one giant family here. You know? I'm trying to think. Where is this Shack restaurant? Oh, that's the one in California. I need the one by me. Okay. Freaking T word. No, we're here. We're here, Judas. We're locked. We're locked. Family. Exactly. Coffee has never had health benefits, to be honest. I mean, it's good for your bowels, for the gut. You know, it helps you. You sounded very not certain, saying we're a big happy family. No. I'm very certain. Coffee though is a little too bitter for me. I think that's what it is. Oh, it's gonna be in Dallas. I'm not gonna go. I know as soon as that opens, it's gonna be crazy. Tell Judas get in here and stop playing. No, we are. We are, Judas. I promise. We are. We're like this. We're locked in. One huge family, you know. One huge family. What did they say? They said, come over to the other side, you know, to the other platform, to the purple app, you know, to the purple app, you know. If we are one big fam, then we need serious therapy with as much as we talk about fucking each other. True. We are I didn't say we're like the perfect family, you know, but we are a family. Yo, Barrel, thanks for the bits. I appreciate that. Thank you. For real. Nah, gotta make a good deal to make me switch, you know. Okay. Judas, what's it gonna take? What's it gonna take to get you over the purple app? Get you a teapot and some tea bags, the two essentials. I have one of those teapots where you hit the button for the temperature. You know? Everything? What is everything? What is everything? Plus, I can't switch right now. I don't have the purple app on my phone. Oh, I use it on a stove. Oh, you have like one of the actual tea kettles. I have one of those, the ones where you like put the temperature and it does it. I feel you. I'm mainly a mobile watcher on the purple app because on my computer it lags, and I don't know why. It lags all the time. You know? So. Dad, Julian, I need a house, car, a job, a partner, and a dog. Woo. I heat my water in the microwave. That's a good way too. I just use the kettle, but I rarely... Oh, and I need food, a PS5, and a PS4. Damn. Okay, that's a lot to get you to move. 4 minutes, that should be boiling. Yeah, but then like my issue is the cup is too hot. You know? Then I can't... I'm not great with touching hot things. And so, the cup would be too warm. Then I'd have to look like a bitch and get an oven mitt to grab a cup out of the microwave. And so for my own dignity, I can't do it. What you mean? You be touching me? Just say you got bitch hands. Yeah, duh. Nah, bruh, stay on the Chinese app. You're too expensive. Well, we should make people from the purple app move to over here. Nah, use a measuring cup in the wave and then pour it into your cup. That's a good way to do it. Could not be me. I can grab that bitch. Yes, you can. It's your rough ass hands. Thank you for putting the link. Thank you. I know I'm expensive. You know, I'm glad, you know, you are expensive. I don't know if I can. The house part is really, houses are expensive, Judas. You could grow chamomile sinensis and make your own green tea. I feel like I'd fuck that up though, and it tastes like dirt. Not that the tea I'm drinking right now is much better, but like, you know. Why you agreed to it? I did. We have to negotiate more. Come grab me anytime. You'll need both hands though. Beck's emote is so good. Like, I will get him a PS5 that survived a house fire. Does that count? Can we do that? A PS5 that survived a house... I can't open the link. I need to wait till home to open it on my laptop. You're good. Does that count? A PS5 that survived a house fire? Does it work? Have you tried iced tea? Yeah, but that kind of defeats the purpose of helping my voice. You know, I don't know if you've noticed lately, but we've had a lot of voice cracks and I've had to clear my throat a lot. Put it in rice. Okay, we'll put the PS5 in rice and then we'll get it to you. So that's one. Yeah. The only reason I'm really drinking tea is because my voice has been going out. And so I needed to not go out, you know? I just want to be able to communicate clearly without being like, I don't know, man. It survived a house fire. It works as good as a PS5 that survived a house fire could work. So yeah, what we're going to do is just going to put it in a bag of rice and then ship it over and it'll be fine. You know? Y'all's, where's my house? Okay. We do have to find you a house. We do have to find you a house. Your throat training must be going good if your voice is going out. That's how you know I'm making progress. But it's going out too quickly. I need to. Good morning, Pokey. How are you? Thanks. You're welcome. We're gonna get you this house and your PS4. You know. But I made progress. I've almost finished the entire cup today. Stream on the Purple app. Some houses and negotiate then. I don't got much time. Okay, I got you. We'll look for realtors as we're doing this. Cardboard box from Costco with sauce stains is all I can provide. Okay, so that's one. Oh, well, thanks. There we go. See, we're making progress here. You can also buy tea without the bag, just with the tea green, boil it in water and then strain it. Oh yeah, I think I have one of those, in that cup I was looking at, it had one of those holders where you put the leaves in. There are a bunch of super cheap abandoned houses on this island in Alaska. Ooh, Alaska could work, Judas. You know, if you don't mind snow sometimes. Y'all be like, I need the car. I'm thinking the Walmart carts with the Lightning McQueens on them. Yes, we can get you a Walmart cart easy. People leave those out all the time. I love snow. Don't worry about that. All right, so we got the house. We can get you one of those grocery carts. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to go in for my appointment now. I'll be back in a minute. All right, have a good appointment. 3 years from now, Alaska's not going to have much snow. True, it'll clear up with how global warming's going, you know? So that works out. Y'all, I need a job in the PS4. Okay, the PS4 is not that hard to get. We can go on Craigslist and get you a PS4. We get him a GS5. Now the job. Can't sustain a house without a job. That's true. Job is easy. Online cam model. Damn, my bad. I'll stop dropping so much heat so Alaska can survive. Thank you, Darko. Like, you got to hold up on the next album, my boy. You got to hold off. Can I mow someone's lawns? I mean, there's snow for the next 3 years. The house is only like $3,000. The house is only $3,000. Cam model, pretty smart. See, you can work from anywhere. Damn, that's true. Yeah, we got you. See, we solved every issue. We did it all, Judas. We did it all. Imagine your mama brings you home the GS5. So bad, bro. I mean, the Game Station 5, bro. Imagine. Where is it? Let me open the image. Imagine she's like, yo, I just got you. I can barely afford Gatorade, man. Well, with the job, we got you. I would tell her I love it. Imagine she's like, look what I got you. This is what you wanted, right? This right here. Like, what a system. Funko Pop Star? Yes, sir. Like, it has 200 games, though. So, that's exactly what I wanted. Exactly. The Game Station 5. It looks kind of like a PS5. It looks like it. So, and it's got more games than you'd have on a PS5. So, like, what's the downside? It's even got a controller that looks like one. So, I don't really see the downsides, to be honest. I'd be like, thank you so much. Thank you. Love it. I absolutely love it. Or they can just get you the Game Station 4. You know? They look really similar. You know? Can't hate it. Cannot hate it. You know? I'd be cool with it. Why did I have Prime up? What was I looking at Prime for? Oh, how much Prime was. That's right. Prime's not that much, but I've never had it. Why did I have DoorDash up? Wait, I need transportation to Alaska? Oh, we can get a plane ticket. Plane tickets are pretty easy. You know? You have to be cool with, like, Frontier. The Generosity's Riz video is still funny as fuck. I've never seen it. Oh! Speaking of YouTube Legate, I watched, was it Quite? Is that his name? I watched this video yesterday. That was crazy. Did I get first class? Of course. Of course, Judas. Yeah, Quite. That was crazy, bro. That was crazy. I had no idea who the other person was, but man, I actually don't know either one of them. But Jesus, was that video wild. You were not lying. You were not lying about that. That man really revealed his biggest insecurities. He did. He did. I was sitting there, like, I had gotten back from the gym, and I was just like, let me check this out. I had to go back through the VOD to find his name. And then I just watched in just stunned amazement at how crazy that situation is. Wait, so when I switch to the purple app, I'll become a favorite? Absolutely, Judas. Absolutely. 100%. Imagine you got to go on YouTube and say your dick don't work. Yeah, for about an hour. For about an hour. That's crazy to me. I don't even know who the other person is. I've never heard of them. All right, sold. I'll switch soon. Judas, we love you. We all do. You know, we all do. For now, I'll be here till later. That works. Yeah, I know Quite, but not the other. What kind of videos does he make? Like outside of that one. Mute the tab. I don't know. Was that his first time showing his face? It was. I'm looking through his videos. Oh, Quite, he's a commentary YouTuber. Oh. Yeah, because like I'm doing this right now, where you kind of like scroll over, and he doesn't show his face until here. Is your purple app the same as your TikTok? No. But the link is actually in my bio. It's in my bio. It's I can't type in chat, so I would tell you, but let me write it down. Yeah, he showed his face because the person who exposed him doxed his face. That's actually crazy. That's actually wild. It's this. Oh, it's backwards. It's back. If you screenshot it and turn it around, that's what it is. It's backwards, though. That's crazy. I watched all 1 hour, 31 minutes, and 53 seconds of this video yesterday. I did speed it up, though, because, let's be real, it's a long video. But, man, that was crazy. Wait, put it back up. Tell me when you're good. I watched videos at 2 times speed on YouTube. Yeah, I put it on 1.5 just for yesterday. You know, I'm good, thanks. I put it on 1.5. Some videos I can watch at 2, but some I can't. It depends on how fast the person talks. Some people just talk way too fast. I sent a funny video in Discord. At least I think it's funny. Is it Wigs? The Power of Riz. I feel like I've actually seen this video. How long is it? 6 minutes? Why do I feel like I've seen this?
Riz. One's ability to seduce a potential, usually female, Love interest.
Let me
Riz
see.
is a goal that every man tries to achieve.
I don't know who
Straight,
the
gay,
generosity
animal,
is, though.
whatever. It's just a skill
fair.
we all try to grasp and get a hold of. Luckily, it is a skill that
That's a new
nobody is
one.
born
I'm not gonna lie to you.
It's something
That right
that
there is
can
a new
only
one.
be attained by practice, trial, and error. No one at the beginning is good at it. Although some might start with a little bit more confidence, and some might start with a little bit more nervousness, it doesn't matter how you start. Only the real ones
That's
make
it right there.
to the end goal of
Yes.
Now, not all Riz is the same. You have to remember, being a successful Riz master just means you successfully accomplished the goal of the person.
We got you everything, right? Was there anything I missed?
And bad Riz.
House.
Good Riz is the sweet talking. You know, the most common kind that comes in mind when you think of Riz. Basically, when you spit in game, you know, saying a few compliments and jokes with them. I call this Riz Smith. Only because this is the type of Riz I imagine Will Smith spitting in The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. One of my best examples of how this Riz is said and done is simple. You approach a woman you have interest in and open up with, "Dang, girl.
Yeah, you do.
You're looking mad.
Forgot my pandas. Right, yeah, I'm gonna watch this off stream because I'm too distracted. I do owe you Panda, but to be fair, last time I said Panda, like we talked about it, my stream got taken down. So, but we're good now. We're good now. I'm just looking through the stills of this video. Whoa, I feel like every still that I can pick out is good show. Good show. Tell the Purple app to make a GoFundMe so you can buy me pandas. Oh, you mean the animal? I didn't mean the animal. I meant the food place. The food place. You know? The food place. You know? That's what I meant. All right. In a surprise turn of events, Legate, we're starting early. We're starting the game. Yeah, I mean both. I want Pandas and Panda Express. Hoorah. Yes, sir. We're starting 20 minutes early in the gameplay. I guess everyone else is at work. Probably. We're good, though. I don't know how to get pandas. I'm not going to lie to you. Aren't they endangered? Or how you're going to, like, feed them. You know what I'm saying? Or Darko's out cheating on you. We need this save. Confirm. Yes, I'm sure. Pandas sound and feel expensive. You know? I'm cheating on you. Okay. Tea was a success. You can put that cup over there. And get the water back out. Well, find me pandas, otherwise I won't make the switch. Okay, I'm on it. The Simpsons Hit and Run is another game that's a masterpiece. I never played that because I never really got into The Simpsons. You know? That wasn't a show like I really got into. Thank you, no problem. Only the best for you, Judas. We're out here getting you everything. You know? I don't see the hype behind the game. I never really got into the show. If you want to buy a game and they said you couldn't buy GTA 3, you could get The Simpsons Hit and Run. Yeah, I never did either one, to be honest. I know it takes a minute for it to show up, but it's going to show up. Up. Okay, you see that? Hold on. Music needs to stop. Which browser tab is it? It's this one. Yeah, we got you, Judas. We got you, you know. We as a community problem solved. We can problem solve that. So we talked to Chakwas. Who's in here again? This is that robot that took off from us. I still find it crazy that Manhunt 2 was so brutal that it was banned from almost every game selling platform. Thank you, guys. Yes, Judas says thank you, everybody. Judas says thank you. I think that I saw you Whoa, I don't know what just happened there. I remember when we were looking yesterday on stream at the website, and I said there was no buy link. It's not being sold anymore, so it's actually considered abandonware now. Yeah, when I was looking at the website for it, it had no option to buy it. That's how bad it was. That's pretty crazy. I don't know why I went to engineering. Like, we still have people. Oh, but guys, can I be homeschooled? It is possible to be homeschooled if you want to be, you know? Only if you want to be, though.
Commander, welcome back to the Normandy. Or
you have to get the censored PS2 version if you want to stream it on the Purple app. I need a teacher. Like a home teacher, like an in-home teacher, or an online teacher, or PS3.
So what do you think of our SR2?
Have you played it?
She's incredible. If there's one nice thing I can say about Cerberus, it's that they know how to build a ship.
Have you? Yeah. Scale of 1 to 10. Like, is it worth it?
I owe you an apology.
That sounds like a lot of effort. I'm not gonna lie to you. Is it worth it?
Dr. Chalk was contacting me, asking me to help with your mission against the collectors. I refused.
I think it's really good. Okay.
Back, and I'm sorry for that.
So I was wondering, like, is that in? I feel so spoiled right now. This is amazing. You know, only the best, Judas. But the first game is easy to obtain. I have the first game. I bought it yesterday.
Carry on, Adams.
Aye, aye, sir.
It's I think I bought it yesterday, didn't I? Or did I put it in my cart? No, I have it. See? I bought it yesterday. So we have that one. Check your map and you can see who wants to speak with you. Okay. How? Are they blue? No, that's the elevator. Let me go up. This is only engineering, though. Let me go up. It says in the corner. Oh, engineer. We already talked to Engineer Adams. We just talked to him. Points of interest. Yeah. I see it. I talked to Engineer Adams just now, right? Was that him or was that somebody else? Yes. Okay. Yeah, that's Engineer Adams. We talked to him. Or let's talk to him again just in case.
Need anything, Commander?
What do you think of Edie?
We had a good talk during the...
I think I curled the weight wrong. How so? You gotta go to every floor and check the map. Okay.
I thought Edie posed
so we'll talk to everyone beforehand.
You from unplugging her.
Yeah, but I saw through her. Have you seen her hardware?
Did you get hurt?
Is off the charts. And then there were the problems that kept fixing themselves. If I hadn't had her pegged, I would have...
You don't got to speak to him. Okay. Yeah, let's fast forward. Let's fast forward to this.
Aye, sir.
Okay, let's go upstairs, shall we? Yeah, we don't have anybody else down here. Points of interest is where the NPCs are located. Okay, I got you. So we need to go... Shuttle Bay. Who's down here? James and Lieutenant Cortez.
Lieutenant Steve Cortez.
That's Cortez.
Got news about our supply chains, Commander.
Nice to meet you, Lieutenant. What's going on?
I like the hoodie, but we need a better fit.
Commander. There's so much to be done, I get caught up in the tasks at hand.
He's always like that. You need to chill out, Esteban.
So you do
Here's your
care,
BBC daddy if you choose him.
Or is that the
I'm not choosing him.
So what's happening with
We're not. There's only room for one of those, and that's me, damn it.
Citadel's economy is still
you know?
I can network to Citadel.
That is me.
You can view inventory.
Judas, did you get hurt?
Right from this console.
Is that how you curled it
I
wrong?
network to a new store. I'll let you know.
Cortez is a romance option? Really?
To the Normandy, so it's cheaper to buy supplies.
He is?
So you're my shuttle pilot, but you're setting up procurement chains?
I thought he was just an NPC.
Normandy's pilot. Not much need for.
That's what I meant, yeah. Oh.
I was overseeing the retrofit of the cargo hold.
Oh, yeah, one of those robot dogs. To be honest, I don't know. Is your arm hurting?
In my experience, it made sense.
James is only for FemShep? Yeah. We're leaving James. I don't see me ever using James.
After she jumped.
I need to keep it straight. What just happened?
Yes, Commander.
That sounds like you got hurt, to be honest. Okay, so this is where this is where you buy add-ons? Like, you know your elbow? I can't bend my elbow. Are you sore, or does it just, like, you... Ooh. So I've had times where, like, my bicep was so sore that I couldn't. You know? So this is where I buy weapon mods. Did you ever find yourself buying anything from here or no? You did. Okay. I wish there's something that makes them lighter. Power research. Okay. So we have the shotgun. Nah, but it's been lasting 3 days. Does soreness last 3 days? Sometimes. Sometimes it does. So we keep that and we keep the shoddy for now because we need the recharge speed. And that's upgrades. Check for the quest from Ash. Check for the quest from Ashes. Okay. I like that they combine this. Yeah, it might be that. Yeah. You may have to just, as bad as it sounds, sometimes you gotta like try to move it. I don't have that one yet. We have Eden Prime, Palavin, and Cerberus Lab. Oh, I need to go to Cerberus Lab. Like, I can bend my elbow. It just hurts really bad, especially when I add weight to it. Yeah. Maybe you should take a little break from the biceps for a little bit. See how it feels in a couple days. Take some Tylenol. Ice it, maybe. The Alliance has discovered a new Cerberus laboratory located... Oh, we need to leave for that. Priority Eden Prime it is? Okay. So which one should we do first? Do we go bottom up or do we do this one first? All right, thanks, man. I hope that helps. It could be because, like, you're back in the gym, you know? I think this one may be it. Is this that dog I was told about? Priority Eden Prime first. It gives you another companion. Bad. We are 100% doing that. We talked to Lieutenant Cortez. I don't see James around here. Oh, there he is. Yeah, maybe. That would be my first guess.
Shepard. How'd it go with the council?
Same as usual. Non-committal.
Like, damn, bro. Can you stop doing the chin-ups real quick and talk to me, bro?
Yeah. We're gonna rescue a Turian Primarch from Paladin.
Before you go to Priority Eden, Prime check mail. Okay.
Into the Turian homeworld.
I forget I actually have to read it, right?
You down here for a reason?
Just came down to talk.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Got you.
Great. Not sure what there is to talk about. You already know my service record.
I don't like James. He's a pro at whatever he's doing. Yeah, he clearly is.
When we met.
He's doing that with no issues.
Forgot about that. Well, think you can dance and talk at the same time?
What?
I think I can handle it.
What's about to happen here? Pussy, why did you quit?
Let's dance.
Don't push your luck, Vega. With age comes wisdom. And rank.
Why are we play fighting right now?
You sound like my old CO.
What is going on here?
Oh, yeah? And who was that?
Just let me hold B and give him a power punch real quick and put him on his back.
He was a hard-ass son of a bitch, but a good leader.
It's a grand battle? Yeah, what?
Was?
Died. With most of my squad.
Why are we doing this right now?
Civilian colony from a collector attack.
And the colony?
What kind of weird fight is this? If you don't get to swinging, like, come on, bruh.
The intel we had on the collectors. Intel we could have used to destroy them. I chose the intel.
Sorry. That's a tough
Got the
call.
Paragon. Saw that one. The Paragon sounds a lot louder in this game, too.
The best part was, we didn't really need the intel in the end. Because you were out saving the galaxy by taking down the entire collector homeworld.
Yeah, that's how it goes, my boy.
You didn't know. You can't blame yourself, Vega.
Who says I'm blaming myself?
Just a guess.
It's a long cutscene.
You a shrink too?
Remember, Renegade will stop you from getting some Paragon speech checks because it permanently affects your Paragon.
You're lucky to be alive.
Okay.
So?
Oh, look out there. Did you see we punched the reporter again yesterday?
Maybe you don't care if you live or die.
We found her and we punched her again.
I'm just willing to do whatever the fuck it takes to end this goddamn war.
Got his ass.
Maybe you are. But if you're half as good as I think
you did, yeah. I'll show you. I'll go to the VOD in a second. I'll show you. We definitely punched her.
Thanks for the pep talk.
Anytime.
Hey, thanks for the dance, Loco.
Loco, huh?
Damn, Shepard, you got fucked up for real.
I can think of worse things to call you.
As long as you
yeah, they let us punch her early.
Whatever you want.
Oh, I won't forget.
Okay, let me find it. I saw her and I was like, let me talk to her, and then she got all crazy again. So I had to, you know? I had to let her know. Oh, it's on YouTube. I don't even have to search for it. Let's go to the VOD channel real quick. Shepard takes his anger out on women. I like that. Let's see. It was towards the end. Let me see. So we were on the Citadel when that happened. Should be like right around here. Oh, here it is. I found it. He reminds me of my father. Okay, here it was. Well, let me turn my camera off so you can see.
Commander Shepard. Commander, the people of the
Here we go again.
Alliance have questions. Commander Shepard, Khaleesa bint seen in Al-Jalani. Isn't it true that you were on Earth when the Reapers attacked? How do you justify running away while millions of people on Earth die? Is that the best we can expect?
I've had enough of your tabloid journalism.
Had to.
Not this time.
Oh, shit. She weaved my shit this time.
You're angry.
Like,
I get that.
Jesus.
But I came here to get help for Earth, not answer your questions. Stay down.
Damn. We headbutted her and everything. She thought she was ready this time, but she just wasn't. She didn't know Shepard's like that. Fortification unlocked? Available in the med bay. Interesting. If you don't do that Paragon interact the second she knocks Shepard out, really? She really said not this time. Yeah, she weaved. She was like, no, I'm ready for this. What? She wasn't ready for the counter. I gotta see a scene where, okay, what's her name? I gotta see where she knocks him out. Reporter knocks Shepard out. The first time I stopped paying attention for a second, it got knocked out. Mass Effect 3. Oh, here it is. Perfect.
Germany has been destroyed by an unknown force.
Let me see.
Commander Shepard. Commander, the people of the Alliance have questions. Commander Shepard. Khaleesa bint
Bro, she thought all she needed to know is how to weave the first one. Yeah, that follow-up.
When the Reapers attacked.
She wasn't ready for that follow-up.
While millions of people on Earth die? Is that the best we can expect from the Alliance?
I've had enough of your tabloid
here we
journalism.
Here we go.
Ha! You want some?
Damn!
On second thought, never mind. I don't have any more questions for you.
Damn! Yeah, I couldn't let that happen. I could not let that happen to my version of Shepard. Little did she know a second one is coming. I'm saying. Damn. Wait, how many punching reporter scenes are there in this game? There's multiple? Wait, you can punch her in the first?
Commander,
her ass has been beat 3 times and she still keeps coming for more. Sounds like my mama getting back with my dad. Wait a second.
News. Would you answer a few questions for our viewers?
I can't let that happen to me, bro.
People back home have heard a lot of wild stories about you, Commander.
Yeah, this was the first game. It's saying there's a punching scene in every one.
No.
You've been given a unique position to represent our race. People want to get a sense of how you'll do that.
This is the first. Did I get clickbaited here?
Or dreadnoughts, I guarantee.
You're tracking.
I've had enough of your snide insinuations.
Wait, let's see. You can punch her in the first game. Wait, that's got to be fake, right?
You son of a bitch!
Damn. Damn.
You son of a bitch!
That is a feature? I didn't know that.
I'll make sure everyone in the Alliance sees that. Your career is over.
I guess not. So that's the first one.
Mr. News.
I was here for this one. That sound though, yeah, like let's hear it again. The falling noise is the best.
You son of a bitch!
Damn. So then we got this one.
Police have been seen in Al-Jalani, Westerland News.
Whoa.
What, so you can try to do another smear job?
After she hit the ground, I heard a flesh sound. Repeat that. Okay.
Facts did the job, Shepard.
Insinuation.
Where is it? You do hear it. In the garage doing some woodworking, trying to make a nightstand. Yo, how's that going? You gotta post updates on the Discord. You do hear the flesh sound.
You son of a bitch!
You know how this goes.
2 years ago, when you first
we did this one.
You punched me when my questions hit too close to home. Do you have a minute?
What, so you can try to do another smear job?
Later her ass out. He did, bruh. That was crazy.
Your bad, your news. I just want to give your story its due.
Okay, let's fast forward. Hold on.
I've had enough of your disingenuous
Here we go.
assertions.
We did this one.
I knew this was a mistake.
Bro, look at her face, bruh. Shepard.
You can keep treating the press like this and get away with it? Check bid.
Shepard does not play.
Nice.
And then you saw this one. We did this yesterday.
I've had enough of your tabloid.
Next playthrough of Mass Effect Renegade FemShep, maybe? I'm down.
Not this time, you
I'm pretty sure I tried banging her instead of beating her.
You're angry. I get that.
Damn. The third time she was like, I'm not getting punched again, bruh. It's not happening. And even still, she weaved that first one. And damn, he came back with that headbutt. That was crazy. What? Jesus. Remember priority, Eden Prime. Got you. I need to read my messages first. I don't like that we got rid of Kelly, bro. It's not right. Oh, I read out. We need Eden Prime. Specialist trainer is romanceable. Is she? I can't, he really, she was like, weave. You thought, up, headbutt. We got the dog. But did we? Who was the woman you can't romance in Cyberpunk? Because I was a guy, Judy. It was Judy. If I was girl V, I could, but because I was guy V, I couldn't. Judy is like specialist trainer. Oh, damn. What is this? Dog mech. Oh, I saw the dog mech. I saw that. That's the highlight of my day right there. That was crazy. I didn't know you could punch her in the first game. That was crazy. Okay, I think we're good. Was there anything else I needed? Specialist trainer. Oh, we didn't talk to Joker. Let's go talk to Joker real quick. Man, he even runs faster in the ship. Thank God. Where's Joker? There he is.
Hey, Commander. I had my doubts about the Council.
That was great.
Years of ignoring your warnings, they're finally willing to step up and tell you they just can't help.
They're doing everything they can.
Did they at least validate our parking?
No.
Well, let me know if you want
I check the terminal after every mission. Okay, I'll do that too.
For old time's sake.
I'll do that too. All right. Talk to Joker. We talked to Liara already, didn't we? We did. I'm gonna check just to make sure. Ashley's in the hospital, so we can't talk to her. Crew deck. That's the restroom. Liara is in Miranda's old spot. You can speak with Ashley in the hospital every mission or so.
Dr. Tassoni found useful information in the...
Hello again, Shepard.
Oh, we did. Okay.
What have you been up to since we last saw each other?
Since you helped me defeat the Shadow Broker, I started...
Alright, I'm good now. That was so funny. Who would have thought?
Barely had records. I knew the elusive man was hunting for the same thing when our agents...
Okay. That's fine. That's fine. See you later, Liara. We talked to you already.
We'll talk later, Liara.
Of course.
Priority Eden Prime. Gotcha. Away we go. No one else on here? We talked to Dr. Chakwas. Alright. It's time. It is time. 3 times she need to just give up. Imagine that happens in the 4th game. Or the 5th one. Because the other one doesn't count. But like Mass Effect 5, imagine the 1 DLC companion. Okay, Eden Prime. What the? Where's Eden Prime at? That's the Citadel. Apian Crest. You gotta put her down for good in 5. Yeah, imagine he's like, enough with the hands. Just pulls out his AR and just... Where is... Exodus? Wait, hold on. Let me look at which one it is. Prothean. Got it. Exodus cluster. Got it. She becomes a secret boss the next one. Yeah, she's like, I'm sick of you punching me. It's this one. Okay. Thank you. Those are Reaper-owned systems. Oh, so we have to clear it. The Normandy is equipped with a new and improved scanning pulse that can detect objects of interest. Do I have to scan planets again? Use this to uncover war assets, artifacts, intel, and fuel. You have to scan. Damn it. Alright. I'll do that off stream. Be aware, however, that each time the pulse is used, the chance that Reapers will enter the system to investigate is increased. It's easier. Press scan while in space. Oh. If a Reaper enters the system you're in, flee and wait until you've completed a mission before returning. Okay, so yeah, we just scan while we're in space. It's instant. Oh, that's way better. Thank God. Who's this? Okay, this is Liara. Shotgun. She'll use the Vindicator. Does more damage. She'll use that one. That's James. This is Liara. Damn, all she has is a pistol, bro. Damn. And that's me. Yeah, we can't do it. We can't. Yeah, we'll be fine with that. There we go. Want me to send you the guide to everything? You got to scan? Yes, please. Yes, please.
Eden Prime.
this is where it all began. Where the Prothean beacon gave you the vision that warned us about the Reapers.
Well, I do like this suit.
And where you went up against Saren and the Geth for the first time, no?
Yes. And now with Cerberus here.
The moment we get this new... You have to scan things in every single system. Sorry to tell you, but it's instant and generally no landing. Okay.
They deserve better.
So before I leave this system, I should scan before I leave.
Did what it could to evacuate colonists, but
we might as well.
Cerberus came in so
can't hurt.
If we find survivors, we'll do what we can. What about this artifact? Is it part of the Prothean device we found on Mars?
The Alliance didn't get any specifics about what Cerberus
can't hurt. Okay.
But whatever it is, it's better off with us than with Cerberus.
I'm bringing you.
Yeah, I'll just do it as we go. Scanning gets you more war assets. Yeah, we need those.
Avoid detection, but you should have a few minutes.
So
appreciate it.
We'll do that. It can't hurt.
All right, everyone, get ready to move.
With luck, we can get to the dig site.
At least it's better than last game.
Here.
We need as much war assets as possible. Yeah, there's more things to scan, but it's instant. Yeah, I'm cool with that.
This was a beautiful colony once. They came back after the Geth attack. They'll come back from
the ending is impacted by war assets. Yeah, so we need as much as possible.
I can see it as a war zone.
This is weird.
Eden Prime doesn't deserve this. Nobody does. But they'll be stronger for it.
Yeah, we'll try to like max it out or something. As much as I can. 3,000 credits. Give me the ammo. And the medicine. What are these? Grenades? I just can't use them? Maybe. Taking more able-bodied men for pacifying.
Shepard, this Cerberus data could help the colonists still alive on other parts of Eden Prime.
How?
I can get this intel to Eden Prime's resistance. Maybe it will help them fight back against Cerberus.
There we go. All good.
There. That's the elevator that leads down into the dig site.
I like this Liara suit. The ending was so bad, they had to make a free DLC to fix it partially. It's that DLC in this game? Or do I have to... It should be, right?
You mean a collector? Those things the Reapers turned the Protheans into?
Yeah, okay.
An original, unmodified Prothean who's still...
I'm nervous for the ending.
You're right.
This comes with all the DLC? Okay. Perfect.
You saw Prothean stasis chambers in the archives on Ilos. The only reason those failed was a lack of power. Cerberus
I checked the Red Dead installation, because I haven't installed it yet. It's 120 gigs. I think that's a bigger install than Call of Duty, which is going to make it crazy. And that's how I know it's going to be a long playthrough.
Was sent into stasis, he could be the foremost scientist of his time, or perhaps the wisest counselor. Cerberus damaged the life pod when they excavated it. The life signs are
gonna be wild.
Then let's get him out of there.
No.
Play the game on max graphics? We're gonna have to. I feel like that'll burn my computer out. Right?
We also need to figure out how to physically open the pod without doing more damage.
We'll see. If it runs, I will.
Labs nearby to research what they found at the dig site.
We'll see.
That's likely our best bet.
Let that computer burn. Whoa. Alright, we should be able to spam now. We gotta take care of that person on the roof. What do you call it when the Harbinger is sad? What? What's your GPU again? Hold on. I have a picture thing of it saved. Let me see. I don't have it memorized, unfortunately. It's... Let me see. Is it this one? No. I have it saved somewhere. Let me see. The Grim Reaper. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one, Bodart. That is a good one. Oh, that's not it. That's the wrong one. My GPU is... I got a 3060. That should be fine, right? Or no? I'm not sure, but I have a 3060. Yeah, that's great. Okay. So I should, in theory, be able to run max. Right? I think. Let's change shotgun. I like that, the Grim Reaper. Shepard, please. Please. Yeah, it's just not working. It's just not working for me. Okay, that's better. 1080p Ultra would run at 60 to 70. Okay. That's not too bad.
All right. Let's get moving before more of them come back.
Okay, that wasn't bad. I like spamming those. I just need to keep upgrading those 2 powers. 60 to 70 is fine for that, right? I don't need to run it at like 120. 120?
More intel to help the colonists.
And that's already while recording at 1080p. Okay. Yeah, so we should be fine. That's not bad at all. Yeah, we're in for a long playthrough of that one. Because I saw how big that game install was, and I was like, yeah. We're going to be spamming Red Dead. But how are you, Bodark? How's it going? Damn. Rest in peace, bro. I actually love this. We died. We overextended. I like the time slowdown on low health. Yeah, the game is about 5 centimeters long. Damn, that is long. I overdid it. I overdid it there. That's my bad. Let's see what's in here before we do anything else. Oh, I can't. Just let me go down these stairs. Let me just do some investigating real quick. I feel like once I max out those abilities, it'll be better. Oh, shit.
I'm on it.
Got it.
Jesus. What other powers do I have here? No. Oh, there's a guy over there. Come on. One more shot. Yeah, it's hard to... I can't, like, spam the power yet because it's not strong enough yet. I can if it's a 1v1, but multiples make it hard.
Right away.
Jesus, bro. Shotgun, let's put the power on. Jesus. Oh, I didn't see him here. Oh, thank God. Please, 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 please. Please, 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 please. Okay, love that. Love the jump. Oh, I didn't see him up there. Hi, Shepard. Finally, yeah, I was not ready for that one. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was locked in. Oh shit! I thought you were dead. Up. Duck, Shepard. Duck. There's a mission called Priority Palaven where you basically unlock all the DLC. Okay. Where's the person on the roof? He's making it kind of hard here. Fuck. We messed that order up. I hit the wrong button there. Good. That it? That should be everybody. Good job, guys. Good teamwork. The only thing I don't really like about the sprint is it makes it a little difficult to move sometimes.
Studying it to figure out how to physically open the pod.
What the? Oh, I was like, is there something I'm not doing right? No. Kind of clunky sometimes. Maybe that's the word you're looking for. Yeah. It is a little clunky. That actually is the perfect word for it. A little bit wonky, you know? Because I'll hit sprint and all of a sudden my camera angle just changes. But that sprint duration just way better. Damn. Who the hell? Not the collectors. Not the collectors. Is that the companion right there? I'd assume so, because he's like better than everybody else around him. Remember, the Protheans are the collectors. That's true. And the green people are Prothean. Oh. Damn. That's got to be one of the companions right there, right? Like, he looks like he'd be a companion. Just by how he was better than everyone around him.
How many have we lost?
Reaper forces have destroyed approximately 300,000 life pods.
Right. I feel like he has to be. The collectors at this time period were the previous life that the Reapers killed. Oh.
Hostiles detected. Then all forces to the north.
Hmm. The Reapers harvest their bodies and use them as slaves? Yeah, that's fucked.
You understood that?
You didn't?
No. All I saw was static. Cerberus was trying to make sense of it without success. The Prothean cipher you received on Pharaohs, it lets you see the images as a Prothean would and understand their language.
Whatever it does, I saw the video. And how they sealed the life pods.
Perfect.
Damn.
We just need the signal they use to activate stasis mode.
Okay. Find the remaining pod data. Alright, we out of here. Go to the next one. It all leads back to the first Mass Effect 1 mission. That's cool. I do think that's cool. That's good writing. That is good writing. That's it for this one. Opens the door. What else do we have in here?
More intel to help the colonists. The more we find, the better chance they'll have.
Yes, sir. I feel like we already diluted all this stuff. Yeah, we did. I think for this game, because... Has Marissa been around recently or no? No, I think she's working. She was around last Monday. Let's see, we got the credits. What was your question before I distracted you? I don't remember. I don't remember what I was saying. I don't remember. See, is there anything in here? I'll probably remember it later. Maybe. We'll see. You know how it is. It wasn't that important. That's what I remember. Yeah, nice roll, buddy. I'm tracking. Fuck. Where am I getting hit from? Up. Where are you? That's Jack. I'm getting hit from behind somewhere, and I just don't know where. Holy. This roll is annoying when I'm trying to... It probably is Jack's dumbass shooting me. I hate that they're setting up turrets. Got the tracking. James, my bad. My bad. I'm in the heat of the moment. I haven't seen Jack in a while since we turned her down. You know. Got that tracking, my boy. Here we go with those fucking smoke clouds. Nice smoke shield. You could have gotten those turrets if you chose engineering class. I mean, it's not that up. Nice try. I don't know if I necessarily like the roll. Jesus. Is that it? It's gotta be everybody, right? Nope. Okay. Oh, didn't see him. Please, Shepard. There we go. I personally never use it. Yeah, I don't see if I feel like it would take too long to set up, and I just don't see myself ever wanting to really use that. I just like the charge too much. The charge is so fun. There's a computer punk. Yep, helmet came off. We found it. We found it. Red Dead Redemption 3 might release in 5032. That gives me plenty of time to play through Red Dead 2. We can 100% it. You know? We can 100% it. For real.
I never thought our empire would fall.
Well, it fell, buddy.
We will sleep here until the Reapers return to dark space. Then we will rise, 1,000,000 strong. For the Empire. For the Empire. Get to your stasis pod.
Get to your stasis pod, man.
Victory. Broadcast the stasis readiness signal to all life pods.
And the refugees who have yet to reach the bunker.
Their sacrifice will be honored in
I don't know why I keep feeling like this Victory dude's about to be one of the companions. But if he is, we're getting rid of James. The moment we get another companion, James will be on the ship.
You understood that one too?
Yeah. I've got the signal the Protheans use to activate stasis mode.
Excellent.
Reapers are Jamaican? Confirmed. Yeah, the Protheans. They are, 100%. Oh shit, there's more. There's more. Kind of wish I had auto reload on, but you know, just oh, grenade. They are Jamaican. Their dying sounds are great. Don't you think so? They're just The roll was useful that one. Yeah, that one time. Most of the time, my roll comes when I'm trying to get to cover. Oh shit! How did he jump that high? All right, he's dead. I got that tracking, my boy. Damn. Snipe off their heads. Let's see some gore. I don't have the sniper equipped. It's too heavy. I need a lighter one. Go. Shepard. I got you, Liara. Okay, I don't got you. I thought I did. There we go. Blew it up. Yeah, I need to find a way to make it lighter, because I actually like that, but I don't think I like it more than the charge skill. You know, I'm a little... Oh, shit. I'm a little bit biased. Jesus. Oh, we're surrounded here. Yeah, roll, my boy. I can do that. Get the fuck out of here. You can get some, too. Come straight in here. Come straight in here. Good ability. What the fuck? I didn't know this was open. No, Shepard. Hide here. Jesus Christ. Straight dome shots, my boy. Straight headshots. You don't know who this is. I'm John Shepard. Give me the ammo. Oh, you think that's gonna do something? Fuck no. Fuck you in your shield, my boy. Fuck you in that shield. Okay, this fucking roll is gonna be the end of me. I'm telling you. That roll is gonna get me hit more times than I would like. He disintegrated the motherfucker, he did. Alright, we're gonna wait. We're just gonna blow this bitch up. Blow that shit up. We good? I feel like that roll is gonna get me killed. I already know. It's gonna be an important moment, and I'm gonna want to get under cover, and the roll is gonna kill me.
We have to find another way across.
Find another way to depart. We will. Added challenge. It is.
Perfect. This intel will give Eden Prime's resistance movement a real chance to push Cerberus out of their colony.
I mean, I guess it will. Seems like they're all gone, but you know, it is what it is. Okay. Okay. Let us see. We've been this way. It's gonna take for my health to regen here. Do I need to charge or something? Like, where's the health regen? Low? We already went this way. No map. Love that. I love a no map challenge, you know? Come on, Shep. Let's see. See, fighting got me turned around. I don't remember which way I was going.
They were gunned down while having drinks and watching the game.
Son of a bitch, this was somebody's home.
Yeah, no shit. That's why they're beds and shit, my boy. We know it's somebody's home. Come on, bruh. We know it's somebody's home. He really said, yeah, son of a bitch, this was somebody's house. Oh, no wonder why there's beds and shit here. Damn it. Like, come on, bro, look around. We know. Just making sure there's anything in here. Ammo's full. Alright, let's go. Keep going this way. Like, damn, James. We've been in here. We already looked at that computer. Okay, let's just go through this way. Keep pushing. Nothing else. See some wine glasses down the stairs. Yeah, the fighting got me turned around. I felt like I was going the right way, then we started fighting. So if they were here to shut the bridge off, we need to go this way, I'm going to say. He's got to take the long way. I'm guessing. Nothing I can do. Drop straight down. Oh, ladder. Perfect. I see the ladder. Let me just see if there's anything in here. No. Oh, ammo. We don't need ammo. Okay. Let's climb the ladder, boys. Up we go. Perfect. Perfecto. Down. Okay. Let's go this way, maybe. No, we've already been here. We just went in a big circle. I can't look at the map. Which way are we going? This is what I kind of... So we know that way leads back. We can't really do much there. There's got to be another way. I mean, there is another way. We know that, but... So that was the ladder I just climbed. This is pod 22. Always good. Well, that's where they were killed in their homes. Gotcha. It's pod 6. Genius at work. Yeah. Yeah, we're working. The brain cells are really firing off right now, you know. Try your objective, Martin. I am. All it says is find another way to the pod. I tried that. They decided, you know, we don't want you to have a map or anything. I was like, oh, let's look at the grayed out. Oh, let me hit the objective. No, we just want you to wander until you find something. And so let's go back to where the bridge was. So the bridge is this way. Game design at its peak, I'm saying, right? So the bridge is right here, right? This is what they cut off. So let's just run around. I think this is it. This has to be it. If this isn't it, I'm going to rage. I may not rage, but I'll internally rage. There it is. We found it. Okay. Come on. Okay, we just gotta get over there. Good. Okay. That's all you had to do? Yeah. Who knew? Why do they even put those things? I have no idea. Like, it just feels dumb. Especially because there's no ability to jump.
I'm transmitting the signal.
Maybe for cover from combat? Yeah, we're probably going to need it. Yep, here they come.
Bogey's inbound, Commander. We'll have to hold this position.
Yep, knew it. Here they come. gone.
You don't know the way. Do you know the way?
I know the way now. Oh shit. Let's run back. Serpentine. Yeah, we're gonna be overrun here.
I'm on it.
Good. Gotta get him off the roof. Don't let him. Yeah, he can't be on the roof. You saw the blurb sponsorship? It's not really a sponsorship, it's more of an affiliation. But yeah, we still have it. We still got it. That's like a perma thing. Unless they take it away. So right now it's a permanent thing. Hopefully they don't take it away. I gotta keep using points. Yeah. You get a lot of channel points per... I don't know how many drop, like, during the stream. Okay.
Looks like we've got a second to catch our breath. Wish my corner man was here. I could use an ice pack.
God, his lines are lame. Oh, I need an ice pack. Shut up, James.
If anybody's low, there's a Cerberus supply cache in the building next door.
I can lay down a singularity to block enemy access.
Need ammo. I need ammo. You get channel points? From stream. No, I said, do you get a lot of channel points per stream? Holy shit. I said I don't really know how many drop. That's what I meant to say. But I also kind of got distracted. I'm having Korean hot dog. It's amazing. Is that those corn dogs? You know what I'm talking about? The, like the ones with cheese. I get like 1 to 2K. How is it? Oh, we're fucked. We're fucked here, huh? Woo.
Right away.
If you break the window, you can jump the mech. Oh, I can? How did it lead me right into that? Hold on. Here. It's delicious. God, it sounds good. Sounds so good. We got this. Having an out-of-body experience. I'm living vicariously through you. I'm living so vicariously through you right now. Oh, window's broken. It's too late though. You can hop in now. Yeah, this motherfucker's gonna blow up though. It's too low. Yeah. Yeah, it was too low. I have no ammo. Where's the drop? Where's the ammo drops?
Anyway, I started blasting.
You know how it is. It was too low, so I had no choice. Oh shit. We have no ammo. We gotta do it this way. Where's the ammo drops? I know y'all dropped some. Where's the ammo? I'll save you one. Thank you so much. See, this is why I love you. 100%. That is why. That's one of the reasons why. You know? There's many, but that's just one. You know what I'm saying? Time to charge. We're charging in. Okay, or not. Jesus. Get down. Let your shield regen.
There. You can open the life pod now.
Thank you. No thanks to you, James. Stupid ass James. Who the only one that died during this? It was James. James, useless, stinky poo-poo, I'm saying. The moment we get a new companion is the...
There, you've got it.
Oh, is that our companion?
Goddess.
I don't know if that's Liara's best suit. Yes?
It may take him some time to fully regain consciousness.
Say goodbye to James. It's your stupid ass mohawk. Kind of looks like a Zora, doesn't he? Like a weird Zora. Damn. Like a reimagined one. Yeah, from Zelda. Mm-hmm.
Be careful, he's confused.
Yeah, like reimagined. Not like a one-for-one, but like, you know what I'm saying.
Remember, it's been 50,000 years for us, but for him, it's only been
a few minutes.
No, the bunker is falling. There is no other option.
There are pods online. Those soldiers are still alive.
Their sacrifice will be honored in the coming Empire. Preparing neutron bombardment. Get to your life pod now.
Get to your life pod, my boy. That has to be wild. Imagine basically being asleep for 50,000 years. Could you imagine that? Just awaking in a whole new world.
What is left of it? A few hundred people. How am I to rebuild it?
That'd be crazy. Yeah, that'd be. Every single person you know, everything you thought of is just gone and is different. You're in a whole new place. You're seeing a whole new species. That'd be absolutely wild.
Do not shut off more pods. I need the few that are left.
Our needs will be triaged appropriately.
I couldn't imagine that.
You will be the voice of our people.
I will be more than that.
I will be more than that. Yes, sir.
How many others?
Just you. You can understand me?
Yes. Now that I have read your physiology, your nervous system, enough to understand your language.
Damn.
So you were reading me while I was seeing...
Our last moments. Our failure.
Is Thane in this game?
Your people did everything they could.
Or is Thane just in Mass Effect 2?
And I could use some...
Yeah? Okay.
Now.
Cool.
Shepard, whatever you did got Cerberus interested.
Asari. Human. I'm surrounded by primitives.
Damn.
It's not safe here.
Primitives?
You fight the Reapers?
Yes.
Then we will see.
Damn. No handshake either.
A living Prothean?
That's correct, Admiral. But he's not quite what we expected.
Because at his time, 50,000, we weren't properly evolved and we're primitive. Oh yeah, we were still in like the basis of evolution type stuff, right?
Understood, Admiral.
We're towards the end.
Colonies faster than we can evacuate. We've never seen.
We were probably towards the end of the evolutionary thing, but we just weren't where we are now.
Can he help us?
I intend to find out.
Good. Cerberus slipped up and gave us a new weapon. Don't let it go to waste. Hack it out.
We were throwing rocks at each other, yeah. Like we weren't technologically advanced.
It's about our new guest.
I'm on my way. What's the problem?
I've tried to make the room more accommodating, but they're not letting me talk to him.
BBC Daddy
Apologies,
Shepard.
Doctor. Contact protocol with a new species. Assume hostility. We had to dust off the regulations.
Yeah, this is a great way to get him to help us. Just, you know. Damn, he looks menacing.
I've spent my life studying Protheans.
At ease. I don't think our guest will be a problem. Will he?
That depends on you.
But if he's like, fuck yeah, he's a menace to society. Whoa.
I can sense fear in you, anxiety and distress. The Reapers are winning.
What do you mean, you sense?
He just grabbed me by my waist.
For those who can read them, it is in your cells, your DNA. Experience is a biological marker.
Hmm.
Then what exactly did I experience back on Eden Prime? That was a hell of a flashback.
The battle left its own mark on me. I communicated this to you. It can work both ways.
Like your beacons.
I find it a little weird that we changed Liara's suit and then she just switches back for this scene. That's her casual suit? Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. We only changed her armor, I guess.
We saw it all. Our destruction, our warnings. Why weren't they heeded? Why didn't you prepare for the Reapers, human?
It's Commander. And nobody could understand your warnings. The beacon nearly killed me.
Then communication is still primitive in this cycle.
We pieced together what we could, and used it to stop a Reaper invasion 3 years ago.
We did.
Then the extinction was delayed.
Now we have your plans for the device. We're going to build it.
Device?
The weapon your people were working on. I'd hoped you could tell us how to finish it.
You damn right we're building a weapon. The best of weapons.
We never finished it. It was too late.
Then I take it you don't know anything about the catalyst?
No.
The big guns. We need the big guns for these.
Not a scientist. Skilled in one art. Killing.
What was your mission?
His voice actor's good.
Among my people, there were avatars of many traits. Bravery, strength, cunning. A single exemplar for each.
Which are you?
The embodiment of vengeance. I am the anger of
That's so cool.
Demanding blood be spilled for the blood we lost. Only when the last Reaper has been destroyed will my purpose be fulfilled. I have no other reason to exist.
We got it.
Those who share my purpose,
Rivaling how cool Thane's voice is? Yeah.
do not become casualties.
Yeah.
Nothing in our fight against the Reapers has been that cut and dry.
And how cool Grunt's voice is.
Because you still have hope that this war will end with your honor intact.
I do.
Stand in the ashes of 1 trillion dead souls and ask the ghosts if honor matters.
Could he repopulate the Protheans with other species? I wonder if cross-species breeding is possible. You know? Let's say Shepard and Liara get together.
I assume it belongs
What is their kid gonna be?
It is a memory shard.
Yet, is it thing between a Asari and human?
with the device.
No.
Because I thought it would be like a liger. You know how like they've bred a lion and a tiger, but then the baby cannot reproduce? That's what I was thinking.
Will be the last voice of the Protheans, sending them to their grave.
The cross-species thing. Like, you could have a kid, but I don't know if it could have kids.
More questions I'd like to ask.
Here it comes.
I'm not sure.
I've written over a dozen studies on your species.
That'd be so interesting,
Several
though.
journals that...
Amusing. Asari have finally mastered writing.
I'm sorry.
Never mind. What do you wish to know?
What can you tell us about your own war with the Reapers?
Many of the details were lost. The conflict lasted for centuries.
Centuries?
Those that faced the Reapers in the beginning were long dead when I was born. There were memory shards, however.
For my quick search, he could be with an Asari. Okay. But not with another human?
Several years ago, we found a
Not with a human.
that called itself
Okay.
Vigil on the planet Ilos. He was the
That's actually interesting.
Project.
During my life, Ilos was only a ruin.
That's actually really interesting.
Said we had cities there, built on the ruins of a civilization before us.
And so, not that I know the ending, but like if we beat the Reapers in this game, who's the bad guy in the next game? Is there someone behind the Reapers? Theoretically?
Traces of themselves from the records so the Reapers couldn't find them.
The scientists eventually went into cryogenic stasis.
More of my people survived?
No. But they did stop.
Maybe whatever BioWare wants to do. Yeah, true.
It delayed their invasion.
They're gonna have to explain it.
I never saw the Citadel. It was captured long before I was born.
Why do you think your own cycle lost the war?
What had been our strength, our empire, became a liability. All races conformed to one doctrine, one strategy. The Reapers exploited this. Once they found our weaknesses, we could not adapt. The subservient races became divided and confused.
It was the division.
Only a matter of time.
I'm happy to say our cycle is different. Most races cooperate, but they still remain unique.
Then it may be your only hope.
So wait, when they do the reset, do all the species have to then discover each other again? And then go through the, we're humans, we're this, we're this, we're this, in order to get along again? Yes? Damn.
Thank you for talking with me.
Damn.
I never imagined actually meeting a Prothean.
This has been amusing.
That kind of sucks for them.
To discover the most primitive race.
No wonder they keep losing to the Reapers.
The galaxy, the Asari, the humans, the Turians.
They kill all intelligent life, humans would be extinct, and a new life form would come up.
I believe they're
that's crazy.
They used to eat flies. Commander.
So Asaris and humans wouldn't exist.
I am known as Javik, though I still need time to
Javik.
recover. The shock has not worn off yet.
I understand. This must be a hell of an experience for
That's
you.
pretty crazy, though.
I'm just glad to have you aboard, Javik.
Oh, we got Slam. Yo, what's up, Saul? How are you? How's it going? That's actually pretty crazy. So where are we right now? We're in engineering. Okay, so he'll be in engineering. Only 2 people watching? Where is everyone? I don't know. Probably just chilling, working and stuff, you know? We cooling over here. We don't need to talk to the engineer.
Carry on.
Humans and Asaris weren't killed because they were below being seen as an intelligent threat. Interesting. Monday blues? Probably. You know how it is on a Monday. Let's see. Crew deck. No one's in life support right now. Someone will be. That's actually interesting. That's where Kasumi used to be. Cool, cool. We need to talk to Liara. Let's go see Liara real quick. They keep letting life exist because they require slaves, so they have to continue the cycle indefinitely. Well, the good side is you can play through the games more through an extended period. True. True. Plus, I'm having fun. Like, the story so far in this one is pretty crazy. Oh, Intel terminal, mod kit, shield strength. That's interesting. No upgrades yet.
This terminal contains non-essential correspondence from your allied forces. Dr. Tassoni has granted you access.
Yeah, the story's pretty good. I'm enjoying this. Hello? Okay, we can't talk to Liara. Interesting. Alright, so I guess we need to... The only game I've actually played with patience to do everything was Cyberpunk, mainly because I didn't want to play the ending. Yeah, I feel like the ending kind of gets there pretty quick in Cyberpunk. So you're like, I don't really want to finish yet. I got to do everything else. The only thing I didn't finish everything was like the NCPD missions. I didn't stop those. Oh yeah, we got to read the terminal. Cyberpunk was too good though. Alliance officials confirm a local resistant. It's kind of unrealistic how the player can do hundreds of gigs, form bonds with people within 10 days or something. Yeah. That is crazy. The game it's only 10 days, isn't it? I think I found an iguana egg in that game and I never got to hatch it. Because it's supposed to take like 90 days of in-game time and I never got that far. Skim through the important stuff. How do you know which one's important? So like news articles don't matter, right? Yeah. Okay, so next. Not map, journal. Which one should we? Cerberus Lab? Pay living? Okay. Terrain hierarchy. Oh, let me change the suit real quick. I don't really want him in the red suit. Hold on. Or, does it matter? Not really? Okay. Feels Star Trek-y. I'm gonna just lurk. Had another exhausting day. Got no energy type. No, you're good. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, though. I'm glad that you're enjoying yourself. You know, that's a very well-deserved vacation. I'm very glad. Have a good lurk. Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate you. As always. We love you around here. Squad selection. We'll try that one. Okay. Much love. Much love. Hope you have a good alert. I like the black suits. I think so too. The black suits look better to me. I think they look better. Oh, we got to scan. Let's just do a quick scan real quick. What's the scan button? Oh.
I found something.
Yo, it's Bean Man. What's up, Bean? You don't have to go to Planets to scan. Our Bean Man redemption. I need to put this on a hotkey. Our Bean Man redemption. We love Bean, the legend. Thank you, Bean. I appreciate you. Okay, we got. You got to scan all the corners of systems. Do that off screen. I was just doing it while I was here, you know? Oh, we still have to do this, bro. Is it the same as last time? I was just planning on doing it before I leave a system. You know? Oh, follow the reticle. It's the same, yeah? Yeah, that's kind of annoying. Oh, we got data files. Oh, but the arrow points where you gotta go. Yeah, so there's only one per planet, right? I'd guess. There's only one per planet? I hope so. Yeah. And then they said if we do it too much, the Reapers come. And we gotta run. I sent you a guide to all the stuff in Discord. Yeah, I may actually do that off stream. Let me just finish this one, I'll do the rest later. I think we're good. Yeah, I think we're good. Just go into the green line and you can escape the system. Okay, next we need to go to... That's the Turian Primarch. CSS Exodus cluster at 28. Yeah. So in order to know that we got everything, it has to be at 100, right? Or is that we have more missions in here? Right? Yeah? Okay. I don't see the other quest. Kite's Nest, Hades Gamma. 100% means you scan everything. Damn. So yeah, I'll have to do that. Let me look at the journal real quick. I'll have to do that off. The Alliance has discovered a new Cerberus laboratory located on Sanctum. My fault. Halavin is right there. That's Asgard. No, let's go back. Hold on. We need the mass relay. Halavin? Enter the mass relay? Yeah, I am. Hades. Why are these blinking? It's right over there. Why are they blinking? Turn around. This one right here? This one? Cerberus Lab? No. Oh. Oops. I missed it. My bad. Not Sigurd's cradle. Why are they blinking? Exodus? How'd you not see it when you hover your mouse over it? Because I didn't see I see Hades. I see Apian, but I was looking for the lab, not this one. I saw this one. I was looking for the lab one. No, I see this one. I was looking for the other quest before I did this one. Yeah, we were thinking of two different ones. Hold on. I was looking for this. Cerberus Lab. I was going to do the top one. Yeah. But why are they blinking? Does that just mean that we have a quest there? Because that's blinking. This is blinking. That means there's a quest there. Okay. Cerberus Lab. Gas goes quick in this one. I do not see a gas station. Just go to every system and get it to 100. I'm going to have to. You have to scan to get gas. Oh my God. I hate that. I have to use James too, bro. Oh my God. I have to get... Yeah. I'm about to get it to 100. We're good here. Confirm. We need Nova. You don't have to use planet scanning to get gas. It just opens in space. Instant scan. Okay. Got it. That makes it a little bit easier. Increase weapon damage by 15%? No. And also, Javik is still recovering or meditating or something. Yeah, I can't use him yet, unfortunately. I need Nova. Increase recharge speed of all powers by 25%. I like that. Gain the option to use Nova 2 times in a row by reducing its barrier consumption by 50%, but at the cost of reducing... No, we're going to do this one. Javik would have been preferred 100%. I'm tired of James. Once we get him, I'm not using James anymore. You know? I like the power recharge. That makes it better. So Nova's good. I didn't look at the others. I probably should have, but I forgot.
Commander, I've got a hail from Admiral Hackett.
I'll look at him in a second.
Put him through, Lieutenant.
Shepard, we've uncovered a secret Cerberus lab, function unknown. We sent in a recon team, but they were forced to pull out before they got very far.
Any other intel?
We think they're using the facility to warehouse and study Reaper tech.
Mm-hmm.
We've been wondering how Cerberus is connected to the Reapers, and this might give us some answers.
In the last, they had 2 DLC characters with little dialogue, but now they have 1 character that's a DLC that has a lot of dialogue. Oh, so we can actually interact with them instead of like in the last game where we couldn't really do anything. That's good. That's actually kind of cool. I like that addition. You can actually interact with Jav. Oh, Javik's the DLC character? Wow, we got him early. It's a trade-off. That's actually interesting. We got him pretty early. I like that. Alright, Pure Biotic. I like that. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. There we go. There we go.
That's your first sample to grab. Updating your nav point.
On my way.
Make a save here. This mission has a time section. Oh, God. Love being timed. All right, pick up the Reaper artifact. Got it. Credits. Interesting. Pretty sure at least, or just better be safe. Yeah, you're right. You're 100% right there. I'd much rather play it safe than we just be screwed. Does quick save still work? No. Yeah, this is gonna be the death of me. It's gonna be the death of me. Yeah. Yeah, charging in like that is gonna be the death of me. I have to be more patient. I've got to be more patient here. It's just too fun to use the charge, but it's not good enough yet. Once it's maxed out, we'll be good. But we still have a little bit to go before then. Where is he? I think I may equip the sniper next time until my charge is good enough. Oh shit. Oh, sorry, Liara. I'll get back here.
Roger that.
There we go. I wish that was on by default, but it is what it is. You know? Look at that tracking. What's the best album of all time in your opinion? That's hard. That's so hard to choose. I think this game is the best sci-fi non-Star Wars game. Oh, I bought Knights of the Old Republic. By the way, that just reminded me. I bought it. I bought both of them. It's these, right? This one and this one. Right? Did you get Knights of the Old Republic 2 because it's best to play in back-to-back? Yeah. Okay, so I got both of them. I bought them in a bundle. And they gave me the keys for them. It was like not even $10. That wasn't even bad. I liked it. Yeah, they're pretty old.
Well, that's weird looking.
I like the fact that like old games are still good, you know. So I'll play those two because I've never had the chance to. Yeah, so we'd play those back to back, kind of like how I did with this. I prefer to play them back to back so I don't forget what was going on. Makes sense, they're pretty great. What would you give them? Like scale 1 to 10. I hear some of the voice actors in this game are in that game too. 7 to 9 depends on what you like. Okay. Cool.
Will only lead to metagel advances for Hanar.
The game has turn-based combat. I don't mind that.
Only Cerberus would call.
Having played Final Fantasy a lot, Pokemon a lot, you know what I'm saying? I'm cool with that. I'm not someone who ever really minded turn-based. Some people hate it, but I don't necessarily mind turn-based. I know some games have auto, which is fine too, but it's a 9 for me, but if you hate turn-based, it's a 7. Oh, we got a sniper scope. I'm excited for it. I think that'll be cool. Anything over here? Okay, this fucking... Oh, that's autosave. The second is made by New Vegas people, and the first is made by the Mass Effect people. Oh, so that's pretty good. I'm cool with that. All right, I got everything. Let's get moving. Let's get to moving. Caution. There we go.
Good work.
Oh shit. Oh, we have to get all of these. Okay, I get what's happening here. I get what we're doing. Obsidian is so unlucky. They have crazy crunch time. They had to make the second Knights of the Old Republic in 14 months and Fallout New Vegas in 18 months. Jesus Christ. Sounds like they pulled it off, though, even though that's like a lot of work in such a short amount of time. Good for them, bro. I always feel bad for animators and game studios. We're like the people who make the games. Because I know like that's a lot of stress and a lot of work. Especially when you have to have quick turnarounds. Jesus Christ. Sometimes this camera angle starts bugging. Kind of pinch right now. Yeah, you're just not fucking doing that, my boy. I'm not letting you build fucking turrets. I'm just not doing it. I just can't let you build turrets. I just can't. It's too dangerous. Fallout New Vegas actually had 60,000 lines of dialogue? Jesus. Well, that's not the right one. It's downstairs. Damn. That's fine. That's so much. Being a voice actor has to be crazy. Yo, what's up, Vogue? How's it going? How you been? And there's only a handful of voice actors from most characters. Yeah, the recording time on that had to be crazy for them. I'd imagine so. That's not it either. Oh, it's over there. I think we're good. Did we get everybody? We did it. Oh shit. All right, now we did it.
Second sample secured. Heading back to you now.
Here we go.
us up. Nothing like having your back to the wall. Never said it would be easy.
Damn. That didn't work. I thought it would. I feel tired, but now after I work out and go eat a snack. And you? Pretty good. Pretty good. I'm pretty good. Okay. Pick this one up. Yeah, we're going to be pinched here. I'm pretty good, though, Voch. How's boxing been? You still boxing?
We just need to hold out until Cortez can pick us up. Nothing like having your back to the wall. Never said it would be easy.
Wait for Cortez. Yes, still. There we go. Good. Where are they at? It's really nice. I love it. That's good to hear. I'm glad. I am glad you like it. Oh, here comes one.
I'm on it.
Shoot his feet. He can't block with the shield if you shoot his feet. It's science. Got his ass. Next. Got him. See if anyone's coming this way. So they're all downstairs. Just waiting for Cortez. Come on, Cortez. I'm now always morning going to cold shower and your record's 1 minute 10 seconds. Cold showers, I'm not a big fan of those. I'm not gonna lie to you. I've tried it in the past, and I get the benefits and stuff, but I just can't, you know. Just not good at them. Just not good. I'm not great with them. I'm not gonna lie to you. Oh, I know who that is. Grenade.
Cortez, do you copy? What's your status?
I don't know how to say English, but I just want to be healthy. No, I feel you. I feel you. I'm glad you're enjoying it, though. That's good to hear.
Just stay focused and keep at it.
That is good to hear, though. Like, for real. I'm proud of you. I know you were nervous when you first started, but I'm glad you're liking it. You know? Fuck. That was such a well-placed grenade. Jesus. Okay, this roll is going to be the end of me. Got him. We're running out of bullets. So not good in school, so healthy is my second. Exactly. Gotta stay healthy. A good mind-body connection, if you will. You know what I'm saying? I love that. Shit. We need ammo so bad. Oh, we're in a bad spot. Let me see if I can get some ammo. Please have dropped ammo over here, please. Oh, I have no ammo, bro. I have 10 shots left. We're gonna have to melee everybody. You can be good in school, have same one for you and A's, but if you don't be healthy, you can't do nothing. Exactly. Amen, brother. Where the hell is Cortez? Oh, ammo. Yeah, no, that's not ammo, is it? It is. We're good. I'm currently in math. How's it treating you, Ramen? How's it treating you? I hope good. I hope it's treating you well. Oh, Cortez is here. Shit, boring as fuck. What math are you in right now? Algebra 2? Geometry? Let's fuck go, Skratsx. Get in there, baby. Yeah, we got it. We're cleaning them up. What's the... The fit yesterday was cool. I can't wait for your overlays. Can't wait for your overlays, Doc. I'm so excited, actually, to be honest with you. Aggression. I cannot see shit with this smoke. Okay. Oh, there's ammo, too. Perfect. Up. Grenade. Please. Good. Good shit right there. Fuck that smoke. Show him the Skratsx skill. Oh, we're dead here. Good. Oh, shit. Where's it? Oh! Cover Shepard. Oh, God, we're dead because Shepard's so stupid. We're dead. We're dead. We're alive somehow. I don't know how we're alive. We're doing it.
We're at the extraction point. Ready for pickup.
How are we alive? Oh, shit. Yeah, we died. Oh, too many people. We got it this time, though. What's up? I'm back. Welcome back, Glitched. Welcome back. Things are getting a little wild. Content, baby. Content. I see it. Exactly. You know. We got to show how not to do it. You know? We just have to show sometimes how not to do it. We can't let him build turrets. I need to get in here. Him building turrets is actually one of the worst things. Charge him. Good. Who else is in here? Okay, we're good. Good. Blew him up. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. But if I do a test, which I can go in a different school and go in after work, that'll be cool. We should not charge in there. That's not smart. Ooh, 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 ooh. Okay. Yo, lift him up. Got him? Oh, the shuttle's here. We did it. Understood. Did we make it? I think we made it this time. Yeah, you, Voj. You. Okay, we did it. Get in. We did it. We did it. Why was that way easier than the first time? I feel like we got overrun the first time. We did it.
What was Cerberus doing with it?
Clutch, you know it.
Yeah, but whatever Cerberus is up to, it can't be good.
I think I'm going to have to abandon that charge skill for now because it doesn't pack the punch that I needed to. It doesn't hit like when we hit that reporter, you know? Guys, really? Thanks? No, absolutely. I'm proud of you, though, Voj. You got your boxing going. I'm glad you're liking it, you know? How the fuck was it? That's what I'm saying. I felt like the first time there were so many people. Second time, we just cleared it like nothing. My English isn't very good, but you still with me? Absolutely. Like, that was wild. That was way easier this time around. So what do we do now? Give me a hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Yes, sir. Oh, that's a codex. I was like, Jesus, we got a lot. Alien Metagel. Good. How about you? Good. Alien Metagel formula. A new Metagel. Let's go to the Citadel. See how we're doing. I'm really happy right now. I won $100. Did you? Ready to take away your goddamn vote this Friday? Time to check the terminal. Yes. Yes, sir. Fast food tier list this Friday. Get ready. Okay. So we have to fill all of this up, right? I don't know how we're doing that, but we're going to get that filled. Today I got 1A from motherfucking kid. A's good, right? That's the good one, right? Yeah. Where is the elevator? Okay, there we go. 1A is for 20%, but I'm happy. There you go. There you go. Check the terminal. That's right. We got an email. Do not see the email, though. Alliance forces are stretched thin across the galaxy. We need your specific talents for a series of ops. These missions will open doors for the Alliance in places we can't touch through conventional means. We'll deploy operatives to hold point after you've completed your objectives. I need you to head to Cerberus Lab on the planet Sanctum. I'll brief you when you're inbound. New rule, you aren't allowed to vote for anything stupid. Skratsx said so. Not coming from me. Rules are rules, you know? We have to make sure that all votes are good. You know?
Commander?
Oh, so she just doesn't talk to us like Kelly. I don't like her, bro. I miss Kelly. Turian? Is that the next one? Do I have to talk to everybody again? Do I have to do that? Like, do I talk to Liara and everybody or no? Could I ask who from this stream does boxing? I do not box.
Thank you for the data.
I thought it would be cool, but I haven't.
A living, breathing Prothean right.
But I think it's only after main missions.
Not what I expected.
Matter of fact, out of spite, I'm hoping McDonald's gets the GOAT tier. Oh, God. We're starting already. We're starting already, bro. Use mod kit to upgrade your thermal clip. I'm telling you right now, if that makes GOAT tier, I will shit my pants. It's not happening. I think you're the lone boxer, Vogue. I don't think I need those. Not yet, anyways. What we have over here? Okay. McDonald. Oh, that's gonna be so interesting. That's gonna be an interesting one. I already know it. Engineering. Let's see how. It's got my vote right now. I just gotta convince someone else. But you work out and appreciate it. I do. I will violently protest that vote. He's. I forgot I can just look at my map like that. Javik is in 4. I will vote. I will get chat up in arms. It's gonna be a revolution. I already feel it. This is gonna be quite the vote. That McDonald's vote's gonna be crazy. Goofy chat. It's gonna be crazy. I'm excited. It's gonna be fun. I support it's glitched. Vote be here this Friday and vote McDonald's. It's the GOAT. We're already campaigning, huh? We got the campaign going. Got to you aren't allowed. Skratsx said so. Oh, it's gonna be so funny.
I'm sorry to trouble you again so soon, but surely you must know something about the device.
McDonald's is not S tier. It's shit.
It was supposed to be our miracle, but we were fragmented by that point. Communication had been severed.
McDonald's.
All we could trust were the weapons in our hands.
And you really know nothing about the catalyst?
I don't want to be rude. I'm gonna let them finish their convo.
No.
I'm sorry. It's just so much depends on this.
No, fish and vegetables.
I know that. More than you do. Now please.
Donald's can suck this ass.
Still recovering.
Of course. I apologize.
It's gonna be great. I feel like Chick-fil-A is still gonna go up there.
I require more time for the stasis to wear off.
Damn. How many missions until we can use him? Didn't know Sora was this McDonald's. Nothing beats Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A is good. I may need some Chick-fil-A today. You know? I may need that. Maybe smell good, but it's shit. Turian, got you. I think Chick-fil-A is overrated. Whoa. Hot take. We need gas.
Signal confirmed.
We got gas. Yay. It's so unhealthy. Yes, definitely not healthy. I can give you that. Well, don't be speaking that blasphemy in this chat. I've never heard Chick-fil-A's overrated. This is, Friday. We're getting a preview. Friday's gonna be good. Why does this use so much gas, bro? I'm only there for the sauces. Let's be honest. Whoa.
I found something.
Hot takes. Hot takes galore. Okay, we got the gas. Good. Oh, the Reaper alertness. And the hospitality. The hospitality is very refreshing. You know. We're doing Turian. Yeah. It's good. We don't need to talk about your past S tier votes. Oh my god, I can't wait. Oh, there is a gas station. Oh, we're good. Thank God. Fill up. Oh, we're good. Hey, don't hate the player, hate the game. Where's the past votes? Here, I'll show you. I wish I could see the individual votes in there, but you can see the tier list if you want to see all the tier lists. No, you are the player, and I hate you heart emoji. Oh, this is Turian. Here we go. Yeah, I put the tier list in an Imgur album. You know what's going to be interesting? I know that Strange loves Subway, and he's going to want to put Subway in S tier. That's what's going to be crazy. I know some like it, but it's so pricey and not actually healthy, which so much money you can pay for this shit, you can cook healthy food. You can. Whoa. This is faster, but the damage is trash. Subway is not fucking S tier, not even close. Watch. Strange loves Subway. I was talking shit about Subway once, and he was like, Subway is good. Strange loves Subway. You'll see when he comes through. These S tier votes are fucking ridiculous. I'm telling you. I choose Subway for S tier over Chick-fil-A. Really? Just my thing. Because I used to be fat, now I'm finna be healthy. There you go, Voj. He's got my vote. Ooh. Bro, this man is wild. Not even close. Subway. Man. This Friday's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Jesus. I'm just being honest. No, I respect your honesty. I do respect your honesty. I haven't had Subway in forever, to be fair. But I respect it. I respect the honesty. That's great. I'm standing for Jack in the Box. I go eat, bye. Thanks for all. Maybe tomorrow. Yeah. See you, Voj. Thanks for stopping in, man. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate you. Glitch is honestly wrong. I respect it. Like, I respect your opinion, man. You know, I respect it. I respect the honesty.
We have an old friend there.
Holy hell. They're getting decimated.
Who's on Palaven?
Strongest military in the galaxy, and the Reapers are obliterating it.
Was it like this on Earth?
Yes.
Shepard. I'm so sorry.
Why do they have Liara's neck turning like that?
Commander,
Subway Lily has a wide variety compared to Chick-fil-A that people go to for sauces and hospitality. It's the Turian's planet, and which one of your old friends was Turian? Oh, you're right. Holy. Why do I have a shotgun equipped? Holy. I'm supposed to can we get off the ship, please?
Alright, get in, get out. Let's move.
Bet. If you could get out the way, I could replace that pistol with a rifle. You think that'll work better? I can't do it right now. You think, would the weight be better for that? You think? Because now I'm concerned about, like, the weight of things. Or a sniper, yeah. Subway's ass. The variety is ass. But my main vote is going for Panda Express. I fucking love Panda Express. Panda Express, I love. But to be honest, I only really get orange chicken there, though, so. But Panda's good. Fried rice is good, too. You love Panda Express? I do. Panda's good. But it's mainly orange chicken, though. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't get like everything. I love the sugar chicken. Yeah, it's the sugar. Let's be real. P.F. Chang's is getting my vote for Chinese restaurants. I have never been to P.F. Chang's. But I also don't eat Chinese food a ton. What I've been getting a lot lately, though, Korean barbecue. Oh, my God. Never been to P.F. Chang? I've never been. I've been having Korean barbecue a decent bit lately. It's so good.
Bigger ones on Earth. A whole lot of them.
Korean barbecue and this fast food place called Bonchon. I don't know if you've heard of it, but it's, oh my God. It's so good. Korean is so good. It's like, it's God tier, bro. Chang's isn't fast food. Is that a sit-down place? Not a fan of Chinese food, too greasy. I prefer fresh Asian shit. Going out to Vietnamese restaurants, Japanese, Korean. Yeah, Korean is my shit right now. I'm all in. I am all in on Korean food right now. I'm not gonna lie to you. I love it. That should help something, right? No, it's just experience. Korean barbecue is just, oh my God. Oh, we got a new one. Oh, change loadout. Okay. I've got a solid ass Korean barbecue place near me. Oh, mine's like 20-ish minutes from me, which isn't too bad. Okay, so the weight is at 160. That's not bad. Let's take this off. Since you like Panda Express, instant GOAT tier, right? I don't know if I'd say GOAT tier. I wouldn't go that far. The fuck is Panda Express? It's a Chinese food place. It's like fast food Chinese food. Publix is technically fast food. I don't know if they count that because it's kind of like, isn't Publix a gas station? Right? Sounds so enticing. Right, I don't think Publix counts. You know, that'd be like saying like Buc-ee's is one. It's a grocery. Oh, it's a grocery store. Yeah, I don't think a grocery store counts. All right, I think we go AR shotgun. We still have some recharge time. Scratch, you have the power to just set it there. Who's gonna notice? How can we make Chinese food even more shittier? Fast food Chinese food, we can cook it less. You don't eat in there and it's fast equals fast food. Yeah, but I think the other thing that hurts it is it's only available in Florida. You know what I mean? Like with it only being available in Florida, it makes it not as popular. You know what I'm saying?
Tabestic, get your men up on that north barricade.
You know what I mean?
Sergeant Bardas, find a way to get that comm tower operational.
Sir. General?
It's in nearby states like Georgia. Is it?
But I didn't believe it.
So chat, how many died from the suicide mission in Mass Effect 2? Nobody. Not a single person died, Blade. I saved everybody. Yo, fuck this Twitch shit, man. Why? What happened? It won't show you up for me? That's weird.
I'm sorry. I hear he was a good man.
That's weird.
And a friend. He would have been an outstanding.
Yeah, nobody died, Blade.
So what happens now?
We saved everybody. About to spin on the Twitch ops? We got to.
Right. General Corinthus?
And how many times did he stop and ask chat for help? Did you fuck again? No. I didn't ask for much help, I'll be honest with you, Blade.
However, at the moment, contacting them is impossible.
We were pretty good. We died like twice. But other than that, we were good.
We can't get close enough to repair it.
Not at all. No one helped him at all. I'm saying. You see what I'm saying, Blade? Have some faith. Have some faith.
All right, let's go.
Have some faith.
I see the comm tower to the left of the main.
My bad. No, you're good. The only time where it was really like touch and go, to be fair, was when Tally was doing her engineering stuff. When she was doing her engineering stuff, it was a little touch and go to try to save the. Why does he? No, but they did help with the choices. Legate helped me with the choices. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you. He helped me with the choices, but I didn't have to like pause and ask. To be fair, we gotta go this way. Oh, this way. All right, let's go to the tower. Yeah, nobody died. We did good on that front, and we romanced Miranda. Miranda was we put it to a vote, and Miranda won the vote. Another? How many weapons are we getting? What was the... This is too much weight. Because chat has sense. True. They voted. My sons just wrote fuck on a piece of paper and handed it to me. He's 6. Chat, Skratsx gonna have a blast with the Citadel DLC? That's so funny. He did. I missed that vote. Who would you have voted for, Blade? We put it between Jack and Miranda. Who you voting for? That's actually really funny. Miranda. I'm glad you missed the vote if you like anyone but Miranda. Yeah, he's good. He's still good. The damage is better there. Jack for sure. We're the Asian aliens here. I think they're not Asian because they're aliens, right? So that's actually really funny. He just randomly handed you that paper. He added the word you and came back to show me again. Look at that. That's good sentence writing right there. You know? That's good sentence writing. That's so funny. What is he shooting at?
Husks at the tower overwhelmed us.
Bro, they're dead, bro. Chill out. Straight to the tower. Oh, here come the husks. Oh, way better than the pistol. We got straight hands for these husks. Support your son in because he... Wait, that's what I call compound sin. Exactly. If you could give each alien race in the game an ethnicity, what would you give to? Well, we know one is Jamaican. We discovered that today. I forgot what race he is, though. Support your son in because he made that thought-provoking, mentally straining intellectual sentence. That's what that sentence meant. I don't know what the other races would be, though. It's day 1 of his spring break. Wish me luck. Yo, good luck. Good luck. He's in, because he's 6, he's first grade, right? Am I getting that right? He's in first grade, right? I think. I don't remember. I used to work after school. Kindergarten, yeah. Good times. Good times. I remember when I was working after school care, we had one kindergarten. James, you go repair the. You go, James.
You're up for tower repair. On it. Might take me a while.
Yeah, get away from me, James. Get out of my sight. When I worked after school care, I had a kid who was in kindergarten who would just get randomly fed up and would lay down and start screaming. It was wild. Defend the tower. Oh. What the? Don't ever touch me again. Shepard's throwing straight hands today, boys. Straight hands. For a second, you were completely incoherent. Was I? I said I worked after school care, and she would literally lay on the floor and just start screaming. Just at random. It was so weird. All right, we did it. Let me get some ammo. Oh, we're good. Where are these husks at?
General, do you read? The comm tower is now operational.
Much appreciated, Commander. I'll contact Alpha Command.
Let me know when you've got something.
It actually wasn't that bad, to be honest.
Shepard out.
He didn't do tantrums frequently. That's good, though. That's good. The tantrums, just goofy shit like the note. I much prefer the goofy shit over a tantrum any day, I would think. That's actually funny, you know? That's really good, though. That's how you know you got a good kid, for real. That is how you know. The fuck just landed over there? I think we're good, right? No? They just dropping more people off?
Commander Shepard, come in.
We're here.
Go ahead.
Read you.
Information from Palaven Command. Please return ASAP.
Return where? I can see on his face sometimes he's just testing to see how far he can take things. I think that's pretty natural, right? I'm a pro child punter. Trust me. Yeah, don't punt children. don't do that. I think that's pretty natural, though, to kind of test the boundaries. Jesus. Oh, here they come. Uh-oh. Yeah. I feel like every kid does that. You know, you just got to see like what you're going to get in trouble for and what you're not going to get in trouble for.
What have you got?
As your partner said,
I've always wanted to go to a playground and see how far I could send a child. If I wouldn't fly too far, he's big.
I need someone. I don't care who. As long as they can get us the Turian resources we need.
I was a tiny 6-year-old. I was really small.
I'm on it, Shepard. We'll find you the Primarch.
Garrus.
It's Garrus!
Sir, I didn't see you arrive.
At ease, General.
Good to see you again.
Hell yeah!
I thought you'd be on Palaven.
If we lose this moon, we lose Palaven. I'm the closest damn thing we have to an expert on Reaper forces, so I...
4 foot 160 pounds? Yeah. He's tall.
James, this is Garrus.
He's tall already.
He helped me stop the collectors. He's a hell of a soldier.
He's gonna be tall.
Lieutenant, good to see you too, Liara.
Good to see you in one piece, Garrus.
General Corinthus filled me in.
I could kick 60 pounds at least 5 feet. I don't think 5 feet's happening. He's gonna play sports? Yeah, 100%. Like he's bitching kids his age already.
His name's crossed my desk.
He's like bitching kids his age already.
I was riding alongside him this morning. Lifelong military, gets results, popular with his troops.
Yeah, he's gonna be tall.
Popular with military.
Equilibrium in his body might make it more difficult though.
With accepted strategy.
You think he can get the job done?
Hit him on the head with a hammer, stop him from growing too fast. No, you want him to grow fast. You want him to be tall, bro. You want the height.
And I trust him.
Okay.
You want the height.
Let's get him on the shuttle and get out of here.
Commander! Shepard, come in!
Can this wait, Joker? We're in the middle of a war zone.
We've got a situation on the Normandy, Commander. It's like she's possessed. Shutting down systems, powering up weapons.
Oh, God.
I can't find the source.
It's fucking Edie.
I need the Normandy standing by. We may have to bug out.
Should I go back and take a look?
Do it. Garrus, you said you were with Victus this morning?
Yeah, but we got separated. He went to bolster a flank that was breaking. Could be
Who
anyone.
the fuck is Victus?
We're trying to raise him, Commander.
Who's Victus?
Incoming harvester, headed for the airfield.
Yo, holy shit. You guys ever need to knock down your children's egos? Hit me up. I hate it. Why couldn't we choose to send James instead of Liara? I'm saying.
Tell Primarch Victus will run in.
I'll beat him in basketball, video games, anything.
Let's go take care of whatever that thing dropped off. Coming, Garrus?
Are you kidding?
That's how my brother is too. JJ, that's how he is. He had a whole Twitter thing about how he wouldn't let his kid he wouldn't let his kid beat him and shit. He has to beat him the natural way.
James, thank you for breathing so hard. Atmosphere's a little thinner than I'm used to is all.
We're defending the airfield, brothers.
Adrenaline's better than oxygen any day.
What the fuck is that?
Just me? Or do those Reapers look like Turians? You're right. They do.
What are you? Fuck out of here. Yeah, those new Reapers look crazy. What the? You're not getting back here, are they? No, we're good. Now the key is to let him win. Make sure he understands what winning is like. When he understands, make him want that feeling again by stomping out and everything. So what I used to do with my brother is I would let him win sometimes, right? But then when I would have to bring him down is when he pissed me off by talking shit. You know? When he started talking shit, I was like, yeah, this is going a little too far. It's time to knock him down some. I can't have this little 6-year-old kid talking shit to me. I just can't. You know? I just couldn't let it happen. Get over it, Shepard. Shepard, please! Oh my god, bro. Eat the kid, like... He would start talking shit, and after that, I was like, yeah, it's time. It's fucking time, boys. I think we're done here. Oh, we did it. Hoorah. I'm dropping a triple-double on my kid. You know what my dad did? Me and my dad would play basketball, right? Back when I was like really serious about it. He played me one time. He beat me and he said, I'm retiring, so you'll never say you beat me ever.
On my way.
I was, God, like, he beat me and was like, I'm retiring. I'm not playing you anymore. It's not fair. So I never got to know what that's like. Oh, we're using a turret? Oh, it overheats? No, dude.
Just picking them off. Maybe I can do 3 at a time.
You said who? My dad. Yeah.
Okay, come
My dad played me in basketball, beat me, and then said, I retire. You'll never say you beat me. Yo, what's up, King? Never lost. He never lost. Can't relate, he beat me and now I haven't seen him for 16 years. My older can beat me in sports, so what I do is I'll play him in Super Smash Bros. And dog wash him in every single character, never let him win. That's how you get him back. That is the best way to get him back. Reload. This feels like I shouldn't be operating this turret. You know? I feel like there's plenty of people here who could do this. Oh, I didn't even realize they're over here. I've just been focusing on one side the entire time. Reloading. Holy shit, what is that?
Holy hell, what is that thing?
That's exactly what I was thinking, James. That's exactly what I was thinking. Oh shit. Facts, but these days I'm pretty good at sports now, so I can hold my... Why did I get off the turret? Why would we get off the... Oh shit. Why would we get off the turret, bro? Get your ass back up there, Shepard. Nice roll. Nice dodge.
Anyway, I started blasting.
You know how it is. Die in the Lion of Judy, James. Yeah, like, oh shit. That husk was beating his ass. Give him straight hands.
What's the word on the Primarch?
Still can't get a stable comm link.
Okay, I'm going on foot.
I haven't played my brother in basketball in a while, but he's taller than me now, so... Basketball is like my thing.
How far?
Should be pretty quick, unless we find trouble.
I wish James would go down. I'm sick of him. Good slide. Good.
Damn it.
Wish your cheeks were in my face. When throwing it back. What?
That's where I was born.
Damn.
Still have family there?
My dad. A sister.
Yeah, I don't think you have family there anymore, my boy. They're gone.
Nani?
Like, he says he has family on this planet. How do we tell him that they're not there anymore?
But how long does it take before the fight's kicked out of you? If they'd only listened to your warnings about the Reapers, we might have been ready.
Yeah, like they're clearly not alive anymore. Shepard. You guys think I can clap the shit out of Scrat? Find out having the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Yeah, they're ashes now. There's no way they're still alive. Like, how do we tell him? Tally would know. She thought her dad was alive, and we found him. But what if they are? I mean, there's what percentage chance you think maybe they're over there? Oh shit! I got you. Maybe they're like over there, you know? Oh, I'm handing out straight hands. Take the ashes, put it in a blunt, and tell them, yo, family, we smoking it. Boom.
I never should have left Earth.
I mean, it's possible they are. I just don't. I hope they are. I just don't see it, you know?
But you're here asking Victus to do the same thing. Leave the fight to make nice and some.
I was invested. I'm just being the pessimist here. These Reapers are not playing around. They're so focused on obliterating all intelligent life forms.
You okay? Yes, sir. We'll make it. Have you seen General Victus? Half hour ago. Headed south. Okay, good luck. Yes, sir.
Like, look at them. The ship design is so cool, though. They really did well with the designs.
Commander, how many troops in that crash? 50? 75? Not sure.
Sounds right.
Hard to see a beautiful ship like that go down. Not to mention the men serving on her.
Oh, shit.
That was a little closer than I'd like.
Yeah, facts.
No survivors. Damn it.
Yeah, I didn't think there were survivors in that crash, my boy. That was pretty obvious. That was pretty obvious there was no survivors in that one, unfortunately. Okay.
So, Loco, you really think this summit will work? I mean, Asari? Solarians? Where's the Krogan and Batarians? Where's the meat?
We do need the Krogans.
It's not that easy. The Batarians took the first hit when the Reapers arrived. Not much left of them.
The Krogans handle business.
Never forgiven us for the genophage.
They just like to fight. And that's what you really need. You need those dudes that don't even care if there's a war, they just like to fight.
Too bad. I fought with a Krogan. They're tough sons of bitches.
You damn right they are. Them Krogans are tough sons of bitches out there, my boy. Did someone say fight? Yeah. Them Krogans. Alright, let's run. I'm sick of walking.
That sounds bad. Okay, double time.
Can't wait to get rid of James. Who we jumping? The Reapers. Clear the camp. I kind of like just throwing straight. Oh shit. Okay, I can't just throw straight hands here. Hello, Cricket. Whoa. Okay, they throwing grenades. You find cover. Cannibals. Not cannibals. Cannibals. What's up, fuckers? Yo, what's up, Gravity? What's up? This is a tough area. Yo, what's up, Sheps? How are you? How are you?
Moving.
Okay, let's go. Advancing. We've all come back around to the forest. We have it all comes full circle, you know. Freaking beautiful as always. That's what we like to hear. Got him? What the fuck is that? It's another brute. Do what? What? Fighting cannibals. Yeah. Oh shit. We have to reposition. We're repositioning. I got you. He's not low enough for me. You know, we gotta do it. Let's reload real quick. Get him. Got him. We throwing straight hands out here. Straight fisticuffs. You know? Okay. We're good. That's a good guy. I don't like that they're making the bad guys look like the good guys. It's making me like want to... Alright, run back under cover. Get back behind cover, Shepard. Oh, there's bullets everywhere. Did someone say fist? Who's fisting who? Fisting everybody. You know? Everyone's getting... Oh, shit. Everyone is. This brute is... Oh, God. Retreat. Have a good lurk, King. Thank you. Oh! Run. Reposition. What's up? What's up? What's up? Reload. Got his ass. Oh, another one. Of course.
But the tide's turning. Turn up the heat.
Yeah, if this was happening in real life, it's pretty much GG's, right? Like, it's GG's for us on Earth. Don't you think so? Like, it's pretty much over, right? Yeah, we're not advanced enough. Yeah, we're definitely not. It's up. Plus, we're not... You know how, like, they're saying the alien races are united? We're not united enough. Even if we had the tech, we're not united enough. Some people be like, the aliens are a goddamn hoax, brother. Nah, man, you gotta have heart to make it through times like this. Yeah, we're not united on Earth. We're not gonna be united with... Can you imagine that? These goddamn aliens. They're not real, brother. It's a hoax made by the left. The only aliens we're worried about are the ones at the damn borders, brother. Not the ones in space. Those aren't even real. You know what I'm saying? We'd be fucked. We'd be fucked. After we win the war, we can sleep with each other. I mean, that may unite everybody. Fake news, brother. Coming from CNN. Where'd you read that? The New York Times? More like the New York Lies, my brother. My dad sounded like that and believed in aliens. One huge worldwide orgy. I think that would really bring the world together in a new way. They'd be like, that's just the news trying to brainwash you. They're trying to tell you that so they can rig another election, brother. We found him.
General Victus.
Yes?
I'm Commander Shepard of the Normandy.
Commander, I know who you are. I can't wait to find out what brings you.
They stole the election, those damn knitters.
Heavy Reaper unit on the right flank.
Knitting all their damn sweaters and stuff.
Get that thing the hell.
Who the hell do they think they are, brother? Wait, did you want food?
General,
what are you getting? Text me.
I've come to get you.
Text me. Just send me a text message. Yeah, I'm down with Korean. Get it. Text me. Do you knit? I'm not a knitter. I'm not. Lev, stop using chat as a text message. Just text me. Do you knit? I'm not a knitter. I'm not. I'm not a knitter. I'm not.
I'm Primarch of Palaven, negotiating for the Turian hierarchy.
Do you knit?
Yes.
See, me personally, I wouldn't let someone talk to me like that. Yeah, but I want food. You know what I'm saying, Sora? Sometimes you gotta bite the bullet. It's funny because we were literally talking about Korean. Ironically, people call me a knitter even though I crochet. Damn. Damn. She's a knitter.
Uniting these races may take as much strength as facing the Reapers. See this devastation, Primarch? Double that for Earth. I need an alliance.
I actually deal with this all the time. She's literally, I'm not a knitter. I'm not. Lev, who's old? I'm older.
Say goodbye to my men.
I'm older than Lev.
Without him down,
goddamn knitter. You ain't welcome around these parts.
There's a good chance.
Damn it.
Look at that. And they want my opinion on how to stop it?
I'm not a knitter.
Vigilante, and I'm their expert advisor?
Yo.
Think you can win this thing, Shepard?
There's no way there's no way.
I don't know, Garrus. But I'm sure.
Because, like, think about all we'd have to do to even become united, right? The United States would have to become united. Then we'd have to unite with all these countries that we disagree with and the ones that hate us. Then we'd have to get along with aliens. There's just no way.
One thing. Commander, I appreciate your need for our fleets, but I can't spare them. Not while my world is burning. But if
I'd immediately unite with everyone outside the U.S. Yeah, you'd have to.
That's a pretty tall order.
We need the Krogan. I can't see us winning this thing without them.
You'd have to.
To help us, and then we can help you.
The Krogan.
Looks like your summit just got a lot more interesting.
You lie, I know a knitter when I see one. I love Asians, black people, Hispanics, and white people that aren't American. Think about it like this. So, the United States and China would have to get along. And the United States and Russia would have to get along. Could you see that happening right now? No.
The Solarian Dalatras is livid.
Some of these issues are hundreds of years old. Time to let go.
Yes, you can. Well, after the war, if there's a way to exploit the aliens, I bet the U.S. government will find a way. True. Yo, what's up, Visuals? How are you? They have to have a circle jerk. True. What's up, Visuals? How's it going? How you living?
We all do.
Good luck, Commander, and goodbye.
I hope the aliens aren't knitters. Maybe they crochet. You know? Okay. Was that a main mission? Does that count? If they crochet, I'm safe. Yeah, that was a main. Okay, so we need to talk to people.
Commander, have you retrieved the Primarch for your summit?
Yes, sir. But the Asari are staying on the sidelines.
Where's my Korean food? Korean's so good, bro.
Will be there, though.
It's going good. I'm upset I had to reset my PC yesterday, and now I have to reinstall everything. I hate when that happens. I hate that. You ain't getting shit, Skratsx. Wow. You damn knitters.
Nothing more, sir.
Keep me posted. Back it
out. Okay. Welcome aboard, Garrus. That's not Garrus. My bad. That looks bad.
The use of your ship and for going along with this plan. Garrus said he had to attend to the Normandy's weapons systems. Something about calibrations.
I hate that, but I also have a gig down, so it's not that long. Yeah, you're lucky, Sora.
She thinks there's too much bad blood with the Krogan.
You're lucky.
She may be right, but there'll be a lot more blood.
I updated to Windows 11, and it wasn't acting right, so I reset it.
When you put it that way.
I have Windows 11. It's been okay. It's not. Windows 11 isn't optimized. Yeah, like, Windows 11's okay for me, but it did it automatically, so.
Thank you, Primarch.
You know.
My thoughts are with Palaven.
Windows 11's trash. Yeah. Mine did automatically, and I just don't feel like going back. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm too lazy to redo everything. My laptop did that shit automatically, and now I hate my life. Terminal time. You damn right. Whoa. What the?
Edie just went offline.
What do you mean, offline?
I don't know. She's not responding, and I can't access the AI core diagnostics.
Too lazy to go back. Yep. You know how it is. Do we have to go see Edie?
I'm trying to restart the systems, but something's blocking me. Whatever's happening, it's...
See if you can get to Edie. I'll check the AI core.
I'll check the AI core in a second. Aria Tilok. I have a proposition for you, Shepard. You won't want to pass it up. I'm in a nightclub on the Citadel called Purgatory. Don't make me wait too long. Joker, stop watching all that 4 max board. You can get Windows 10 keys for like $10, just saying. I mean, I have a key, but it updated. I've seen cheaper, but you can also, you know, pirate it. For real. True. Okay. So before I do the next quest, I have to go see them, right? So I have to go see Aria at Citadel. Ashley. I don't know how to say this. Udina wants me to become a Spectre. Crazy, I know. I'm not a big fan of Udina, but he can make the Spectre thing happen. He's pressed me for an answer, but I don't know what to tell him. I'm too sore to get out of bed, and this gets dropped on me. I told him I'd think about it. If you find yourself near Citadel, drop by the hospital. I'm getting a little stir crazy. Where am I, Boo Miranda? I have no idea where she is yet, to be honest. While some still have concerns about your past activities with Cerberus, many of us weren't. Okay, so we have a lot to do on the Citadel. Jesus. Commander, the Alliance Research. Right away. Okay, so we have a lot to do at the Citadel. Ashley Spectre? Yeah, it looks like she's gonna be. Okay, so let's go to the Citadel. First, before we do that, we need to go do something with Edie. Where's Edie at? Where'd they say? Where? Edie's engineering, right? Let's check down one more low. Did you check all the mail? Yeah. I checked it all. See? I read it all. Crew deck. Thank you. Crew deck. It said we need to get to the AI core. Isn't that in engineering? AI core is 3. Okay, never mind. Let's do this. Behind the Gilf's office. God. Yo, what's up, Chocolates?
Okay? That's what I'm gonna find out.
Automated systems have the fires contained. It should be safe to enter. Follow
Joker,
your lead.
what's that sound?
Fire extinguishers, Commander. Could be an electrical fire or something.
Here we go. Let's see what's going on.
I'm going in.
Knitters these days.
Edie, talk to me.
I think I kind of like the hoodie better than this jacket. I'm not sure, though. Oh, shit.
Is there a particular topic you wish to discuss, Shepard?
Yo.
Edie?
Yes.
Damn.
You're in Dr. Eva's body.
Not all of me.
I would never sleep with one of those damn knitters.
Transition.
Oh, shit.
Edie, you need to alert us about incidents like this. You shouldn't have done this alone.
Told you like Edie's body? Yeah, I do.
All attempts to help would have been limited by reaction.
Damn.
So if you're in there, are you still in the ship?
I exist primarily within the ship. For optimal control, this unit should remain within Normandy's broadcast or Type B.
Edie gonna get piped 100%.
Planning to take that body somewhere?
Damn.
Weaponry is not suited to every combat situation. This platform could provide limited fire ground support.
You mean you could come with us?
Don't you come around here, you damn knitter, and claiming that I have been on that shit since the start of Mass Effect 2.
Before we do that, I need you to guarantee this mech doesn't have any more surprises in it. Run whatever tests you can. Then we can talk about using it in combat situations.
One moment. I am running trials. Complete. I can send you a full report if you wish. However, my first step should be restoring functionality to the Normandy.
Yeah, Edie had a glow up.
Just don't be surprised if the crew is a little wary of your new body. It was shooting at them a little while ago.
It also did put Ashley in a
I
hospital.
will take it to the bridge. Joker will also want to see it.
On that, we can agree.
Damn. So did Liara in this game? True.
Was that Edie who just walked by?
Yes.
Sadly, she already has a love interest in this game who's a special cripple who you have known for a long time.
Help you, Commander.
Unfortunate.
I'll see you around, Doctor.
Gonna ram myself into that motherboard. Gonna show Edie what my hard drive do. Let's go see Edie one more time. No romancing Edie. It's not fair, bruh. Stop giving all the good characters to these side quests, people. It's not right.
I know, Primarch. I'm seeing the same numbers myself.
And they glammed the hell out of Ashley in this game? Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. It's not fair, bro. Why does Joker get the good one? Just like boring-ass Jacob got the good one in the last game, bro. It's not right.
Something suspicious. Have you got a minute?
I should reprogram her. That's all we need. Just a little slight program tweaking. You know what I'm saying? I'm blocking right now. I'm trying to get that robussy, I'm saying. Where the hell's Edie? Yeah, nothing's happening on my watch. Joker can barely walk. Are you kidding me? I'm saying, bro, it's not right. Specialist trainer wanted to speak with you. She had something to say. I don't know what, though. I'll see.
My co-pilot. So she installed herself into the new body without any help from you?
Add EXE.
Don't you trust me?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I need. And a Yamate Kudasai, you know what I'm saying? Gotta have both.
Do you honestly think I'd be able to keep quiet about it? Look at that. I would have baked a cake.
I am right here.
Yamete kudasai.
Perfect.
Yes, you are.
Perfect. Hold on. Starting Uwu protocol. Exactly.
Uwu?
Cog blocking every opportunity I get. Yeah. We're not letting him do shit. What are you ordering, Skratsx? You know burning rice? I'm getting burning rice. Kimchi rice, garlic pork, every single veggie they have. You know how it goes. Oh, spicy soy sauce. The spicy soy sauce. Need that too.
At the moment, it appears adequate.
Korean short ribs? God, I love Korean, bro. Korean short ribs are so good. We should go to the Citadel next? Yeah, we have most of the mail told us to go to the Citadel. So we're going to the Citadel.
What's this about? Does Joker not like your new platform?
No, he approves. He wants me on the bridge. He says having me within visual range is important to his morale. Shepard, do you believe your crew members should be allowed?
Fuck Ashley, I want my waifu Miranda. Throw me a couple of ribs on that order. I got you, Glitch. I got you.
Absolutely.
I got you.
Team members who can't think for themselves. Why are you asking about something like that?
I was designed by Cerberus. I do not take moral stances that conflict with orders from my executive officers. But when Jeff removed my AI shackles, I became capable of self-modifying my core programming. I asked Jeff if he thought I should change anything now that I can. He deflected the question with humor.
And you didn't get an answer?
Correct. He has repeated this pattern in response to several of my inquiries. Do you think I should make modifications?
You should choose your own path.
Only you can really
the only modification I say is that you modify yourself to be with me. You know what I'm saying?
If I do not
you gotta modify it to be with me.
I could miss crucial context. May I ask you the questions Jeff avoids? When there is time, will you answer them for me?
If you think it'll help, I'll do what I can.
Very well. I will keep you informed.
Keep me informed in a more hands-on manner. You know what I'm saying? That's what's really important here. It's a robot, my dude. It is a robot. It is a robot, Sean. But it's the principle of it. You know? There's no way that that robot should be with Joker. It belongs with the commander of the ship. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no way Joker gets this. It's the principle. That's what I'm saying. It's the principle. Did you get Diana Allers? Who is that? Who's Diana Allers? Belongs in the harem. Exactly. We're an inclusive harem here. You know, we've got aliens, we've got humans, robots. All of them belong in this. The news. Yeah, we did. We did. Oh wait, she wanted to talk to me, didn't she? I forgot. Hold on. Let me leave. Let me leave the orbit real quick. Hold on.
Commander, are you all right? It was fairly intense up here. I can only imagine what it was like down on that moon.
I thought you'd be more concerned about Edie.
Edie is a huge asset to this team. If she'd told me about her plan to obtain a body, I'd have volunteered to help.
I do not wish to force
Ever check in with Tipidus? Unfortunately, not yet.
I'd have preferred a conflict of interest to a hard restart of hard.
What's he gonna do? Break his hip trying to tap it? That's what I'm saying. Joker's hurt, bro. Joker's hurt. He can't handle Edie. We're healthy. Edie's made for us. You know what I'm saying?
What can we do?
Rod bang the circuits loose on Edie. That's what I'm saying. So she needs to reprogram herself to stop being with Joker. That's my order. Joker got a bad prostate and erectile dysfunction. Exactly. Too much robot woman for Joker to handle. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. We can find him a nice robot somewhere else. But Edie belongs on this side. With us.
They're still in danger.
Good catch.
If this really is Cerberus, hopefully this operation is something worth investigating. It could be simple disinformation.
Trainer. Good catch.
Thank you, Commander.
Too bad you can't romance Trainer as Dude Shep. It's tough. She can't be in the Big H. We're going to the Citadel, right? Yeah. Any gas? Before I spend my hard-earned money? Okay, we're full. We're full. Never mind. Yeah, we have a lot. Why do you say the purple site when you're TikTok streaming? Because I keep getting banned. I keep getting banned, so just to be sure. You know, Joker probably went and got a robot dick seeing as his old one didn't work. Damn it, bro. Does he have us beat for saying Twitch? So we've had a stream taken down as soon as I said Twitch, and we had one taken down as soon as I said banned. So I try not to say either of those two words while I'm streaming. Let's go to the lab first. You know, just got to be safe. Just got to play it safe, you know. So far, I think we're 2 weeks without getting banned. That's the longest stretch I've had since I've streamed on there. TikTok just don't like black creators. Ain't that the truth?
I want you to match this against,
you know, China and all. Even when it's under U.S. control, they're not going to fuck with us. They're just not going to like us.
We've been expecting you. Just a moment. And Hadley, could you gather the Leviathan data for us? Apologies, Commander. The rest of my team is out investigating.
This is DLC?
Right, I'm Dr. Garrett Bryson, and this is Task Force.
This doctor looks stressed as fuck, doesn't he?
What's your assignment?
Our mandate is to investigate legends, rumors, old stories about the Reapers before anyone knew they existed.
Could have used your help 3 years ago.
Yes. If people had paid more attention to your Prothean beacon, we might not be in this war. But now with new information we've uncovered, a breakthrough is near. Hadley, do you have the data?
Go back to the exit ship. You can leave this. Okay. I got you. Okay, I was like, I hit it. Get ready? Okay.
This is Commander Shepard. I need C-Sec at my location, now.
You shouldn't be here. The darkness can't be breached. changed.
Oh, God.
Transit records show his name is Derek Hadley.
Just leave this place as soon as possible. I got you.
Shepard, I monitored a CSEC alert from this location. Were you harmed?
I'm fine.
I'm a little harmed, Edie. I need some hands-on attention.
Take a look through their files. I need to know what this task force
You know?
is up to.
At once.
I need some physical.
What's happening?
You tell me.
I was gathering our data when you arrived, and then it was dark. Cold. Like I was someplace else.
And then?
I don't know! A gun was in my hand. Dr. Bryson, there was a loud noise.
That was you shooting him.
How come the black guy had to get brainwashed and kill somebody?
I didn't do it. It wasn't me. You have to believe that.
So someone else pulled that trigger?
But I would never do that.
Like,
Commander,
he needs to lower his voice. Like,
Indoctrination?
why did the black guy get brainwashed and become the murderer?
Bryson mentioned. How does that tie in?
It's some kind of creature. Our field teams have been tracking it. That artifact came in from our researcher, Garneau. He sent an audio log if you want to...
What's wrong?
If he was light-skinned, he would be at least 50% not guilty.
Turn back.
What are you talking about?
What the fuck?
Darkness cannot be breached.
I would smack some sense into him. He kind of needed it.
Get him
Edie sucked the truth out of him. She'd be good at it. You know?
Commander, you'll want to see this. It's an outgoing message from Dr. Bryson to Admiral Hackett.
Dr. Bryson, you have an update? Admiral, the Leviathan of Dis that we've been investigating, I think we're really onto something.
The Leviathan of Dis sounds like a D's Nuts joke. You can't convince me otherwise.
Discovered a Reaper corpse that
You can't convince me that this is not some giant D's Nuts joke.
But I'm intrigued by the larger implication. What could have killed the Reaper in the first place? Exactly. That's the real Leviathan. It's worth pursuing.
That's what this DLC is? It's a giant D's Nuts joke? They just did this for the fun of it?
There is also a follow-up message from a few weeks later.
Admiral, the Reapers are shadowing my field teams as if they're hunting Leviathan themselves.
No? Oh.
Whatever it is, I believe Leviathan is nothing less than a Reaper killer. Almost an
Like-
predator. And it has them nervous. If we could just find it, imagine the impact on the war. I'm formally requesting assistance in tracking it down. You'll have it. This is now your top priority, Doctor. Find that thing.
Find that thing. Edie got some hangers. I'm saying, bro. I'm just kind of pausing real quick just to take it all in. That's a shame. Like,
Anything
damn.
capable of killing a Reaper could do a lot of collateral damage.
Yet, given the state of this conflict, I believe the saying,
I'm a fan of this, Edie.
"The enemy is my friend," may be relevant.
But we won't know unless we can find it.
Bryson's assistant did say
Big fan of this, Edie.
received a log from their field researcher. It may yield more information.
That is not a D's Nuts joke DLC. How funny would that be?
This must be the artifact.
She need a new paint job?
And here's the log.
Yeah, I got the paint.
Dr. Bryson, it's Garneau. I'm sending you an artifact I found. About the only thing I found there, in fact. Maybe it's
All right.
nothing, but I'd swear Leviathan came through here.
Yeah, Edie.
I'm gonna crunch some numbers.
Edie can't belong to Joker. It's just not right. That's probably the biggest injustice in this whole game.
Garneau appears to be our best lead to track Leviathan, but he does not stay.
This is what we as a society need to focus on.
Let's
You
focus
know?
on what he does say then.
We're focusing on AI that can help. This is the type of AI we need to focus on.
Crunching numbers.
After this dialogue is over, you can exit this place. Thank God.
He had data.
A significant amount of data, judging by this office.
So how do we narrow it down?
Bryson and his colleagues evidently used a galaxy.
About to go to coding camp and put my 1 in her 0. You know?
Help us locate Garneau.
That's what we need in society. I feel like everybody would be happier. You know? Imagine everybody had an Edie at their house. People wouldn't be as angry. Let's go. How the hell do we leave this place? Look at that cake. I'm saying, bruh. Look at her. Look at her. Yeah, where's the escape car? Am I stuck? Do I have to do this right now? 2 planets, I'm saying. Remember, Edie body is an infiltration unit, so she can change her skin color at any time. Reload, just reload. Yeah, we can look at this scene again. I don't mind. Quick set. Yo, I can't. We don't have a say. We'll go back a whole hour of game. We can't reload. We just have to do it. Yeah, we have to.
Does this tell us where Garneau went?
No. But we may be able to narrow down his location if we find clues he was using in his search for Leviathan.
I thought that was a channel point. I thought that was a channel point redemption. Yo, I should clip this with no music for it, so I can make it one. Hold on, let me turn the sound up. Let's turn the music off for a second.
Anyway, I started blasting.
Now you can leave. I've had that talk with my wife. What would happen to SA and Grapes if sex robots were a thing? Right? I feel like it would go down. Okay. Let me get this. I'm just going to clip this for a sound. There we go. So now I got that for a sound redemption that we'll do later. And let's put this back. That's actually probably dialogue too. Let me try one more time. I probably could get it better. There we go. That's my thought as well. I feel like a lot of those kind of crimes would almost become non-existent. Almost. You know? Even the how do I phrase this without it being like super bad? Oh, now we can leave. Thank you. Even the like kid-loving criminals, you know what I'm saying?
Information on Garneau's whereabouts.
They also.
Shepard, we should not leave until
oh my God, Edie.
Garneau's whereabouts.
Yeah, we're saving right now. Even they, like with robots, I don't think they'd be hurting other people. You know? I mean, they're still weird, but like they wouldn't be hurting other people. I think that'd be for like the better good to make those. Not just out of selfish reasons.
I believe Dr. Bryson and Liara would have had much to discuss.
Can you add a search?
We still marking people with the kid robots. Yeah, we still are. 100%.
Adding the search filter, you may examine the
100%.
Galaxy Map program.
Sir, this is Bryson.
But they would lower crime down a lot, I think. People would be less aggressive, you know? Yeah, on site, 100%. On site. I'm not advocating for them. I'm just saying, like, it would save actual kids. You know what I'm saying?
I'll keep the decryption key safe. Close to my heart.
That's my only thought process behind it.
What the hell does that mean?
You know?
The Reaper fleet activity is encrypted.
Yeah, like you get what I'm saying.
Bryson's statement in the log.
He said he was keeping the decryption key close to his heart.
Okay, how would you all feel if they allowed people to have child-looking sex bots? It'd be weird as fuck.
Vanguard of our destruction.
I can use it when my wife gets on my nerves. Even saving one person is a W. Yeah, like I feel like it saves kids from that trauma. But if someone orders one, so here's what we do. You set up one of those fake sites. Yeah, like Lev said. We use them as a trap, then arrest them when they open the package. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that's the best way. You know? Arrest them for... Technically, they haven't done a crime. Maybe put them in some kind of counseling. Like a Twitch handstand. Exactly. What law did they break? I feel like maybe put them in some kind of counseling thing.
Fragment, maybe?
I don't know.
He was studying
but it's weird.
Looks like data on the Rachni.
Like, it's not illegal, but it's unethical. You know what I'm saying? Sus law. I mean, how you counsel someone's sexual appetite. That's true. Make a new law, no being weird. We caught you in VR, fam, 1,000 years dungeon. Exactly. Yeah, you can't really change that.
It is possible that Bryson's
Yeah, what do you do there? It's just GG's, bro. Nothing we can do.
We saw a data pad containing data on Rachni movements.
Yeah, that's a weird situation to be in. Damn. That's one of the harder parts about it. Like, how can you look at a company that's like, you get a child robot. You can do whatever you want to this child robot. I can't fuck with that, bro. Like, I just can't. But at the same time, it saves kids. But it's still too weird. Could bots get a self-defense system with saw blades down there? Yes. Child bots get a self-defense system. Because that means some grown-ass men was making them kid bits. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Okay.
I'd say fuck you and roundhouse kick them in the back of the head. Maybe give them a good reset, you know?
The galaxy map.
Man. Come on, Skratsx. You think a company would not tap that market? No, I 100% know they would. I 100% know they would, and that's the issue. You know? They would, and society needs to reject that. But they wouldn't. That's the... Like, the majority of society would be like, ew, what the fuck? But then again, you know, you'd have those man-boy love people out here just... Like, I don't know, like...
These are all
that's so crazy, bro. Yo, what's up, Jaden? They be like, shit, I'm not sleeping with that bot.
Here's the time and date chart.
But like, if they was making this robot,
Can you filter for murder?
or woman girl love people, yeah, or woman boy love people, or man, you know what I'm saying? Those people would be riding for those kid bots, but we can't. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh my, like, so this one's okay, but I just can't fuck with them making kid versions of those, bro. I just can't. It's too weird. And like, yeah, it's not breaking a law, but it feels like you're breaking a law. You know? We'd have to use that breaking the law thing like they do with the definition of porn. Where they're like, I mean, I know it when I see it. I mean, I used to like kids when I was a child. Good. That parenthetical thought. That parenthetical thought is saving you.
What's closer than family?
What we're the Institute from Fallout 4. What are we? I think, man, that's crazy. We do sound like the Institute. AI would probably get some rights. Oh, we're gonna become Detroit. Man, that parenthetical thought saved you, Legate. that parenthetical thought. I'm glad you added that. He said, I mean, I used to like kids when I was a child. Yeah, my head on a swivel just now, right? Clipping that out of context? No, bro.
Not leave until we have more
No, bro. Yeah, you're done. No, bro. Scrat, I'm finally in the railroad. Don't institutionalize these people. Yeah, that's a horrible clip. Yeah. FBI's coming and everything, bro. Levis is savage. I'm saying.
No result.
We ride for the railroad.
Parameters may be irrelevant.
We ride for the railroad.
Element 0 deposits.
Like, yeah. Like, why are you running? I was clipped out of context.
Some of our search parameters may be irrelevant.
I was clipped out of context. It's not what you think. You got to put that in parentheses in front. Yeah, in front. Sheesh. Oh, God. Yo, when do I get to leave this bitch? I don't want to do this quest. Like, oh my God. That clip's gonna be...
Shepard, We should not leave until we have more information on Garneau's whereabouts.
Look, Edie, look. I'm loving the frame that you're in. But your personality's kind of pissing me off right now, bud. That shit was hilarious. God. Like, the parenthetical thought there was just so funny to add to. I'm glad you added that.
Bryson was not merely...
Pull the batteries. I'm going to have to so I can leave, because this is getting ridiculous.
And Garneau could have been following that course. Edie, can you add a search filter for systems along that projected path?
Adding it now.
Alright, is that enough? Can we leave now, or... Oh, God. Bro, I just saw the Christmas story on TikTok. Bro, that was my lowest moment. Let's see. How bad is this? I'm glad you added that. Oh, she clipped the context. I mean, I used to like kids when I was a child. Yeah, okay. We're good. As long as she kept the when I was a child, we're good. Yeah, I wouldn't do you like that. Thank God. Whew. Whew. We're saved. That's the dumbest fight argument for that? Yeah. Yeah. Just calling a predator a child without calling him a child. I can record on top of it and cut out the last part. Oh God. Yeah, that's gonna be the crazy thing. Now I'll be using that out of context in my Skratsx exposed video. Yeah, can't wait. That's what everybody wants. Which you might as well pack up now. Yeah, can't wait, bud. Can't wait for that. Edie's just following me around, not doing shit. Like, hello, Edie. I'm sending that to Twitch. We started from elementary. Oh, God. Great. Perfect.
Alien sightings.
I bet Edie got that. Is that the color code for pink?
Some of our search parameters may be irrelevant.
Is it? Deactivate. Like, are we good, Edie? It is. Oh, that's so funny. That is so funny. These niggas praying on my downfall. Exactly, bruh. Hello? Can I leave?
We should not leave until we have more information on Garneau's whereabouts.
Oh my God, Edie. Please. I don't want to do this. Okay. There's nothing in here, Edie. Have y'all seen the recent video of a teacher going off on high schoolers saying no? What? I haven't seen that. That's crazy. Yes, that shit pisses me. I have not seen it. The only teacher thing I've seen recently was that one we talked about the other day about the one that got pregnant by the 13-year-old. I don't know no N-words. All I know is the K word. Knitters. She said, if y'all keep saying it, I'm going to start treating y'all like one. What?
The Rachni data.
What?
Can you add a cross-reference for locations of sightings?
Doing so.
That's crazy. What the fuck? That's a good teacher. What? Yeah, bro, that shit was... That's wild.
Rachni activity.
Are we done now?
No results. Some of our search parameters may be irrelevant.
It's on video and everything? That's crazy, bro. That's actually crazy.
Based on the search results,
Shit caught me off guard.
Garneau is in one of these 5 systems.
Yeah, reminds me of Boondocks. That's what I was thinking. It's fucking cold right now.
We can leave now, unless you wish to further.
Oh, we can leave. Thank God. We did it. We're out of this bitch. She said the magic words. Nigga this, nigga that. Can a nigga borrow a fry? How's a nigga gonna borrow a fry? I love that one. I love that one. Yo, Shebs, where are you from? Like East Coast? Is it cold there? Go to D1. Oh, I went to the Purgatory Club first. Michigan sucks this time of year. I want to skate. You go give it back. Yeah, like here, it's chilly, but it's nice. It's like 40s, 50s here in the good old Texas. But Michigan East Coast, y'all are going through it. I know it. You should go D1 for Ash and a special person. Okay. Bet. We'll come back to the club. Return to Normandy, and then we'll go there. Hey, I love Texas. It's fun here. It is fun. I'm not gonna lie. And it's nice. Even though it's gonna get hot as hell soon. It's gonna be hot as hell soon. Normandy, we are transferring your docking clearance to an Alliance. We had an inch of snow yesterday, and it's now sunny as fuck. Yeah, you guys are going through it. Every time I hear a winter storm's coming, I feel bad for you guys. Because I know you're stuck. I'm already waiting in Cali.
Would you like
God.
private transport arranged?
Galveston's fun as hell. I haven't been to Galveston in forever. I haven't been there in forever.
Yes, Commander.
Cali's got it. He gonna be outrageous? Yeah. I'm just not looking forward to it. I'm not gonna lie to you. Okay, so we need to go see Ash. This is not the right floor. The heat's gonna be insane. I'm just not looking forward to it. Medical? Okay. That's on... It's not in any of these. I thought they were going to show me quests, but it's not. Let's go to the elevator.
Welcome, Commander Shepard. One moment.
Hospital. Take the elevator out. It's 60 here in Florida. Feels fucking great. Gonna air out my Schmeat and balls. Do it. Enjoy that weather before... It's going to get hot there soon. I'm excited for foraging. Should be great. After that, go to D1 on the elevator. Okay, cool thing about Texans power grid is it fails in the heat and the cold. True.
I found this metagel for you.
Doc, there you go.
You could make good use of it.
Did that. Look to your side. What? Not her? This one? Look by the window. Okay. Oh! Look who it is. It's Thane. When the hell did he get here?
Shepard. When I heard Earth was under attack, I tried to call. I never got through.
Thane, good to see you staying in.
Ain't it funny that Ashley is racist and is voiced by a black lady? The irony, right? The irony in that.
Of course, my
she seems nicer now.
Now I exercise because it pleases me. What are you doing here?
Visiting a friend who got hurt protecting me. Ashley.
The dark-haired human woman.
I have said this too many times. Mommy ain't racist.
Physical therapy with my class soon.
The thing I can't wait for, Argonian head ass. The thing I can't wait for in Texas is for it to be over 100 degrees, and they tell us to keep our houses at 80. That's gonna be great.
I appreciate it, Thane.
Can't wait for that time period.
I am near the end of my life. It is a good time to be generous.
I was gonna ask, isn't Thane still dying?
Temporal syndrome.
Man, what? Yeah, they do. They go, hey, you know, the power grid, we don't expect this kind of we don't really expect this kind of capacity of usage. So if you could keep your house at 80 degrees, we'd really appreciate that.
I would not be as I was.
Happens every year.
I need daily medical attention.
Thane got space aids. Yeah.
You will want to fight the Reapers somehow. You need the best at your side.
That's insane. Yeah, that's Texas.
Broken and break their necks. I'm sure we could find.
Like when we had the ice storms and everything, they told us to keep our heaters off because the power grid couldn't handle it.
Must rest from war.
Crazy.
Conflict. It is not your time.
Ask them what their own thermostat set at. That's what I'm wondering. I know Greg Abbott has his on a cool 72.
And I for you.
At the highest.
I have good doctors. My son visits regularly. Perhaps we will keep up via the extra.
Oh, his son didn't go to jail. Good for him, man.
We meet again, Shepard.
Good talking to you, Thane.
It's completely tasteless to call this place Puerto Memorial.
President Huerta.
What's going on here?
Ma'am, I'll cut you a deal. You buy us 90 million credits worth of life-saving equipment, and you can name.
Yeah, Texas is wild in that regard. I'm not keeping my house at 80.
Commander, you're to see our patient?
That's just not happening.
How's Ashley doing?
Ted Cruz mostly has an entire house sitting on central air. Yep. You have to choose who to support in each situation. You got to think about that a bit. Right now?
I'm sure a visit would be welcomed.
Keep up the good work, Doctor.
You too, Commander.
Ashley's in 3. Just a second ago, you just randomly selected who to support. Oh, I just hit talk. My fault. It's too late to like redo that though, right? You have to click the one you want to support. Oh, I probably should have listened to the whole. See, because it just said talk, right? So I didn't know that was okay. I'll know for the future. There's gonna be more of those type situations, right?
I'd like an answer, Lieutenant Commander. The galaxy has need of exceptional soldiers like you, now more than ever.
I still need time. You'll have my answer soon, I promise.
I hate this man.
Forward to it.
Yeah, no one likes Udina.
Shepard.
Nobody likes Udina.
Udina, I got your email. Made your decision yet?
On becoming a Spectre? Not yet. It's an honor and all. But I don't know. I need to think about it some more.
It's a big decision. Smart to give it some thought.
She got fucked up for real, bro.
Good, considering. The nurse said you checked in on me earlier. Still out.
After this, remember going to the D1 docking bay would be a good idea. Okay.
Maybe if you were up for it.
Yeah, I wasn't sure you wanted to.
I would throw him out an airlock. Yeah, we just don't fuck with Udina over here.
What do you mean?
You're not a part of Cerberus anymore. Case closed. Full stop.
It's the truth.
Rat face hook nose bastard Udina.
I accept that.
That's what I was waiting for.
If you're giving the orders, I need to be able to count on you.
That works both ways. It's a damn mess out there. All we've got is the people around us. We have to trust each other or this doesn't work. Deal?
Deal.
Okay. Get some rest. You need anything at all, let me know.
Shepard, wait. There's one more thing.
Uh-oh.
I wasn't sure if I should mention it.
What is it?
I have family back on Earth.
Oh. Okay.
I've heard from them.
Yeah, they're probably dead, Ashley. I'm not gonna lie to you.
But I know you're busy, Shepard. We can talk later.
I've got time to talk.
They're probably dead. They know what they're doing with these camera angles, huh? I wish they gave you the option to punch them in the face. God, that'd be great. Yeah, they're dead. Yo, with my face cam right here, it makes it look kind of wild, doesn't it? Since I'm completely blocking her face, it makes it look like I'm Ashley's head. Doesn't it? Like, that's kind of... I just realized looking over. That's kind of weird.
Who's back on Earth?
Mom plus my 3 sisters.
Ash Skratsx.
Sarah was away in
Nice rack, Skratsx. Thanks. Bro,
Thomas.
That looked wild, didn't it?
She was stuck alone.
Replace him with the report. We need to.
It's been pretty tough.
We do need to.
Imagine.
I was always there to protect them.
Yeah, we should. He could be the reporter. He won't weave.
They knew they could.
He won't weave my punch next time.
I told her to come to the Citadel.
You know?
We could wait for news together.
Like, here it is. Shepard smooth talking me. He is. Like, it's weird. Look at me. Holy face, Ash.
I didn't hear from you while I was a guest of the Alliance.
I couldn't face you, even when Anderson requested my presence. It was difficult.
It's okay.
Damn, even her teeth are red. She got fucked up, bro.
It's gonna take time.
Copy that. But not too long. The bad guys aren't taking coffee breaks.
Okay, what is this? Healing through guilt?
You gave me an idea for my next stream. What is it? What is it?
So, what's all this Lieutenant Commander business?
Seems like the old Williams curse is losing its grip.
Bro, I can't unsee it now. I'm saying. Like, it's me.
I thought so too. Until Eden Prime.
It's just me as her head.
Well, you know.
It was the Reapers, Ash.
What?
You did the
Put the camera right there and play this game. You'd have to.
Just losing everyone under my command, it's tough to face. I'll never forget any of them.
Right now, we need you back on your feet.
I'll be back. And first order of business is to shove their metal tentacles right up there. I mean, I'll fight with honor and courage, sir.
Roger that, LC.
Let's see any more. Hey! Yo, thanks for the follow, Sean. I appreciate you.
We can't
Thank you.
To be at each other's throats.
Be the perfect thumbnail? It is. I'm putting this on TikTok too, 100%. Welcome, welcome.
Keep the family stuff to myself, to be professional. I don't know how you manage to keep it all together.
Wait, it's just wild.
Believe me.
You know,
D1 docking bay elevator. I got you.
I should get back to it. Take care of yourself.
You too, Shepard.
That is a good thumbnail. I'm gonna go back, screenshot that, and make that my thumbnail for today's VOD. Anybody else? No. Okay, so we're going to D1. D1 docking bay by the railing. Wait, I can't just travel there? Oh, I can't. I have to go to the railing once I get up there. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. What is this?
Welcome to Serta.
Fuck it. There we go. You can just travel there. Okay.
Welcome, Commander Shepard. Please select a
This one? No. This one? Docking. We need it. We have... Not the Normandy docks. It's a dock... D1. Okay. D1 and then go by the railing. Okay.
Now arriving at docking bay D24.
Okay. I mean, I'm... Okay. What am I looking for? Ugh. No.
Listen, honey.
By the railing? I am by the railing. I didn't see anything. I'm looking at all the railing. Oh, let's check this railing. The lady with the camera? Did I miss her? Lady with the camera. Railing? Nothing. Over there by the railing. Which railing? Not her. White and black dress. Oh, right here. Thank you. Got it.
What's going on here?
The railing.
Just who I was looking for.
Yo, she kind of...
Anna Allers, Alliance News Network. I think we can help each other.
You going back to the interview lady again? Here we go.
Reporters.
I know, and it hasn't exactly endeared you to
Here we
the
go.
audience, but that can change. I'm a military reporter with the show called
Go
mASS
Pete.
Space.
The new meme in court. Okay, I got you. The one that looks like a railing.
And I want that ship to be the Normandy.
Like she was better from far away? Yeah, she was.
Wars can be
You can hit that as well before you ask. Oh, God. Diana can get an international for me. Rail her on the railing. That's what we need.
Crew, you get veto power over the segments I file. Can you handle an arrangement like that? Or do I keep looking?
She was on a game channel on YouTube? She was?
Tell your producers yes, for now.
This reporter can get hit too?
Report to the ship as soon
Damn.
as possible. Any questions?
How much gear can I bring?
1 foot locker.
Yes. Okay. I mean, she's not. Where'd she go? Okay. Try the upper edge railing. One last look. Look at her. Where'd she go? Like a baseball. Look the other way. This way or the way I'm looking here or this way? By the upper railing. She gone now, but yeah, she's going to be on the ship. Am I right? She's going to be on the ship? The other side, I believe. Not over this way, right? Like by the entrance? No. Chat, we have to make sure Skratsx get all the military assets so he can get the best ending. Yes. Please make sure I'm trying to get all the military stuff I can. I don't see her. Yeah, I don't see her. Let's try it through the door. Yeah, he had me at ass. Yeah, I'm saying like she. Never mind, it ain't there. Okay. All these hoes, but none of them my baby girl Miranda. We'll find her. We're gonna find her. God, I hate those things. Check your mail in Normandy one last time. Okay. We still have a club thing to do. The best ending is the Frenzied Flame ending, hands down. Yes, sir. Yes. Could you imagine if that was in this one too? Okay, let's check the mail. I don't have anything. I need to go to... Where is it? That's Ashley. We have to go to Purgatory. Tilla's where it's at. We don't have her again. Talia? Yeah, we don't have her again. We have to go to Purgatory. To Purgatory. Oh, let me check the meme section. Hold on. Let me go to Discord. Black Panther plus Iron Man equals Iron Panther? No. Black Man. I like that. That's what was it? Black Man. Oh, I like that. Who posted in the anime thing? Oh, God. Here we go, bruh. AOT is mid discuss. No, I didn't see this till just now. Good response, Legate. Good response here. Yeah, I just saw it. There's nothing to discuss other than that's a lie. I just saw this, bro. Also, this convinced me right here. This has convinced me to start. Forgot to ask if you saw that. This convinced me to start. You know, if this is the character development we're getting, I'm all in. I'm all in. If this is the character development I can expect from One Piece, best believe I'm watching it. 100%. You think that's good? Then there's so much more. Bet, Glitch. Bet. I'm going to use this channel to discuss my my opinions. This is gonna be the channel I do it in. 100%. I'm gonna try to catch up on multiple at once. What is this? What is this here? Oh man. What? What happened here? Our content monitors have determined that your behavior at Roblox has been in violation of our terms of use. This image is not appropriate for Roblox. Please review our rules and upload only. Minecraft? What? I just finished catching up on My Hero last night. I'm behind by 2 episodes. I know it's finished up. The one I was at was when his classmates confronted him. It's fire, though, from where I am. I gotta watch. No spoilers. No spoilers. I'm literally gonna watch it after stream. And if you want to talk about it, I'll show you exactly where we can talk about it. Need the Tropic Thunder, Robert Downey? I love that movie. I'm caught up though? Okay. We can always put our thoughts in the anime section right here. I definitely got to say something about it. Yeah, put it here. Put spoilers so I don't look until later. As soon as I'm done watching, I'll respond. Okay? We can talk about it right here. But I'm changing. I'm changing channels. You know? No, Gravity. Fuck Jaeger. No. 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 Yeah, Glitch, put it in the anime section and I'll respond once I'm done. Because I only have like 2 episodes to watch. I got another image. Did you post it? I think it was here where we go to Purgatory. Purgatory on the Citadel for DLC. I have to go to the Purgatory Club. Got y'all doing a bit? Bet. As soon as I'm finished streaming, I'm going to go. Activate here. Purgatory Bar. You did post it? Oh, there's two. This one. Getting that cut for real, 100. Love that. This movie was so good. So good. Tropic Thunder is one of my favorite movies. That shit's just so funny to me. I love it. Tropic Thunder's just... God, Tropic Thunder's so good. I love it. Okay. So we need to go to Aria. Oh, I remember Aria. I sent another pic. Okay, I'll look in a second. I remember Aria. We're not going to go see James. Fuck James. Yo, is that reporter romanceable or nah?
Hey, you ready to get this party started?
It's cursed as fuck. Okay, I have to look. What is this? Monkey holding a box. Yo! What? Why is the black... Oh, you can't even see it. What? Monkey holding a box is the Google search. What is this? What is this? Bro. What? Yo, bro. That is cursed. That's crazy. That's fucking... You don't remember who she is? We're going to find out. Algorithm racist, I'm saying. We're going to find out together if that reporter's romanceable. Because you best believe I'm trying to.
So you admit you and your thugs are here illegally?
Yes, and it only took CSEC 3 weeks to figure it out.
I don't care who you are. You're required to go through processing like all other refugees. Come with me.
I don't think so. Shirk, get me the Asari counselor.
Tropic Thunder is one of my top 5 movies of all time. I love that movie so much. It's one of my favorites.
What do I owe the pleasure?
It's so good. Top 3 in comedy, 100%. 100%.
I see. And now you've been processed. Is there anything else?
Nothing. Thank you.
It's so funny.
Anytime.
I think we're done here.
Damn, she mad.
The show, Shepard?
I guess there's one rule on the Citadel, huh?
I guess so. I hate this place. So sickeningly uptight.
Then why are you here?
Cerberus stole Omega from me. The elusive man is now squarely at the top of my shit list.
Mm-hmm.
He will pay for every second I've spent in this bureaucratic hellhole.
But you're here though.
Escape to fight another day.
And that day is coming.
I'll take Omega back, but I'll get to that. You're here because I have a proposition.
Okay.
I'm listening.
The way I see it, if you don't defeat the Reapers, we're all dead. Won't matter where I'm sitting. It's in my interest to help you.
What are you offering, Arya?
On Omega, I kept the Blood Pack, Blue Suns, and Eclipse in check. Now they're running...
Mad Blue Lady, nice Blue Lady. Yeah, we like the nice Blue Lady better.
Under my rule, and you'll have a powerful...
She's much better.
...force for your war. I've laid the groundwork with all 3 groups. I just need you to close the deals.
Give a criminal a gun, he'll shoot you in the back.
They already have guns, Shepard. I'll make sure they point them at the Reapers.
Bet.
I'm trying to help you. Why don't you think it over? Meet with Gnarl, my agent who's dealing with the Blood Pack. The Blue Suns leader is incognito here on the Citadel. He'll be expecting you. And I already have a deal with Jonas Sedaris, the Eclipse leader. You just have to get your friend, Commander Bailey, to let her out of jail.
You obviously don't know Bailey very well.
Bailey respects you. Lean on him.
Lean on him.
United force of professional mercs is worth it.
Mel Shepard, Tally, Jack, Steve, Caden, Liara, Ashley, Miranda, Diana, Kelly, Morinth, Samara are all romance options. Jesus. We have a lot. We do have a lot. Okay. Okay, so we have a lot of these to do. And then we have that to do. I posted 5 more images. Not sure if any lock you out of others, though. So I know that Tally, Jack, Liara, Ashley, Miranda. I know those 5, because those are the ones I was interested in. Will. Check out the last of my supply. Okay, I got you. Let me see. Okay. Okay, let's see what we got here. It's not racist to heart people. White Pride Radio. What? What is this? Okay, interesting. Gilbert. This one's kind of cursed. Okay. About to send water to Africa in a box. Interesting. Do you just have these downloaded, Legate, just like on your computer ready to go? I lived in Harrison for less than a year. Harrison sounds like an interesting place. Just on your computer? I have terrible news. Damn. Mario and Luigi. Damn. I'm about a couple hours away now, but can confirm. Yeah, that sound. Kim Kardashian hires elderly woman as housekeeper who looks suspiciously like Kanye. What the fuck is this? Do you just like see these and you're like, yeah, that's the one. This one's crazy though. That's crazy. This one's the craziest one though, by far. The monkey in a box, the White Pride radio station's billboard is on the way out of town. Is that the place Gideon went to? Or is that somewhere else? I can't look at Gideon because they tell you not to now, but I think that's where Gideon went. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Interesting. So we have... Not sure. I would look, but Twitch is weird about Gideon now. So we have a summit to go to. We have Leviathan. So these are all DLC, so we don't have to do this right now. And the Sergeant on the Citadel is looking for an improved biotic amp interferences. Find schematics and bring them to it. Okay. So let's go to the ship. We can leave. I'm not sure who that is you're talking about. I was going to show him. I'll do it quick. I'll show you quick. I only watch Skratsx. Yeah. I appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, you know. We're the main one here. You know, I appreciate that. I remember the vid. They should have unbanned him though, but it is what it is. I knew he wouldn't get unbanned after that whole Twitch prank. I think let's go back to the Normandy. We did everything else on the Citadel, I believe. Let me check. Shepard, I'm ready to discuss that pet project I mentioned. Do the Grissom one soon. What's the Grissom one again? Ready to discuss that pet project I mentioned when we spoke in Purgatory. Come to Dock 42 on the Citadel. Batarian named Bray will be waiting. Okay. Was it the kid by the Walmart? Yeah. Yeah. He did meet kids in Walmart in that one. What's the Grissom one? Jack is there? Oh. Jack is... Oh, this one. This one. I've seen that then. Yeah, I was when he was in Walmart and then he met with a guy who's like, I don't want to show my face on here. Okay. So the plan for tomorrow, we're going to get Jack then. Oops. We get Jack. We do Leviathan. We meet Arya. Thoughts? Wait, if I do the next mission, do these go away? I'm a little worried about that. Let's go to Dock 42 real quick. I'm too paranoid. We'll go to Dock 42, then we're wrapping things up for today. You know what I'm saying? I'm a little hungry. Dock 42. We'll bang, okay? That's the whole motto. That's gonna be my stream title tomorrow.
Are you Bray?
The great Commander Shepard. And me without my autograph book.
Save it.
No, it won't go. It won't go away. Oh, I got paranoid because I remember you said something about the hangout request go away.
So where is she?
But you should do a side quest and you'll get a message from a special someone. The Grissom one can go away if you wait too long. Oh shit. Okay, so we're doing Grissom first thing tomorrow. Do a couple side quests and you'll get a message from someone. Okay.
How dramatic.
Okay.
There are too many eyes and ears in purgatory.
Okay. So we're gonna do Grissom tomorrow, get Jack, and then we'll figure out from there what we're gonna do.
Cerberus controlling the Terminus system seriously bolsters their mobility. Since taking Omega, they've spread through the galaxy.
This DLC too, ain't it? I'm not sure.
Cut to the chase.
It is?
What's your plan?
Kick them out. I've amassed a fleet of Merc ships. We're going to punch through enemy lines and invade. Once we're on Omega, it's a
They do really well with cutscenes.
That's why I want you.
I have to give Mass Effect that. They do really well with cutscenes. I enjoy them.
The leader of the Cerberus occupation is General Oleg Petrovsky. He's the one who ousted me.
Don't know him.
The elusive man.
You should do a couple side quests before the next main mission. Okay.
Kept secret, but all you really need to know.
The next main mission is what? Not Grissom.
Sounds familiar.
I just want to do Grissom so we get it out the way and it doesn't disappear.
I know I'm hated. I ruled Omega with an iron fist. But the people were free. Their lives were theirs. I preserved that. This man took all that away and he is going to pay. When Omega is mine again, I'll give you everything. I've got ships, mercs, Ezo, all yours.
Oh, that's good.
What's the catch?
I have objections to some of the company you keep. So you'll have to leave the Normandy and its crew behind.
Not so much on Andromeda.
Let's just say, I want you all to myself.
Whoa. I didn't know Arya was feeling us like that. You know?
Bray will provide coordinates to my fleet. Oh, and
Whip out the purple tits. That's what I'm saying. That's what we need. The way she said that, it sounds like that's what's going to happen here.
The fleet is hidden in this system. Signal me when you're on your way. Arya and I will meet you on the command ship. Can't wait to see what all the fuss is about.
Okay, that was interesting. All right, so we're here. So let's plan tomorrow out real quick. Check your journal for a couple of quick side quests if you can find any. So here's what I'm thinking. Which ones are side quests? Grissom? Is that a side quest? Let me write down what we're doing tomorrow so I remember. Let's write this down. Let's do a quick note. Okay. Yeah, okay. So we have Grissom. So plan for tomorrow. If it's not a priority or Grissom. Okay, so everything is a side quest, basically. So we're just going to do these 5. So we're going to do Grissom. Yeah, every single one of these is a side quest then. You should do something today so you won't forget. I mean, I'll land on Grissom so we can go. So we can start tomorrow. We'll do, I think the order is Grissom, Leviathan, and then we'll do Arya. Citadel. Don't I have to get something for that? Side Quest Tuesday. You know exactly what it is. Grissom in priority. Oh. But isn't this one going away? I thought this was going away. Doesn't Grissom disappear? That's what I'm worried about. Because if it disappears, I got to get that one done. You know? Yeah, Side Quest Tuesday, you know what it is. Oh, yeah. If you go too far, you fight Jack at the end of the game. Yeah, so I think before we do the next priority mission, we have to get Grissom done. Is Grissom a main mission? That's what I'm a little confused about now. Because if not, what we'll do is we'll just work our way down. We'll just do boom, 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 boom. And then work our way down. The stream title? Yeah, that's cursed. We trying to bang, not fight Jack. Exactly. So I want to make sure that we don't lose Jack. And how are you, Phyllis? How's it going? Phyllis, do you see your bit badge? I uploaded bit badges yesterday. Live, laugh, bang. Exactly. That's how we do these. That is how we do these. Yes, I see the badge. It's awesome. I love them. I got them yesterday. I wanted to say something. The reason I have been trying to get you to side quests is because after the previous main mission, Miranda is supposed to appear, but now you have to do side quests to get her to appear, and the main quest could make it so you don't see her. Okay, so we'll make sure Miranda appears. So what we'll do is we'll just work our way down. But if I do the side quests, right? Grissom is a side quest, just search it up. Okay, so we'll do Grissom, and then we will work our way down. Okay, so we'll do that so Miranda pops up. So tomorrow is, we're trying to make Miranda spawn. Good, thanks. Just ate a piece of fried octopus. Ooh, how was it? How are you? I'm good. I am good. Do that first then. Okay, Grissom. Then we're doing all the arias. Okay, so the order, just so I know, is Grissom, Aria, Citadel. I thought I'd like it too, but it's too squishy. Yeah, I think texturally it could be weird. I think the only fried octopus I had is Tokiyaki. I think that's what it's called. That's pretty good, but it texturally is weird. Citadel, Biotic, and then Leviathan. Don't forget Grissom, then check Terminal, because she might appear after that one. Okay. Grissom, parentheses, check, Terminal, after. Okay. Agreed? Yeah, it's good, but it's like texturally, it's weird. Okay, I got it. I wrote it down. You probably can't see it, but yeah. I wrote it down. We got it. So that's the plan for tomorrow. We did good. What did we do today? We got Edie, which is always good. Love some Edie.
Commander.
She didn't have anything to say to us. She will be by the railing on D1. Miranda will? Oh, is that who you were telling me to look for earlier?
Seems like a good guy. He'll get his people moving.
And she just didn't pop up? Where's the reporter going to be? Edie and Joker. The reporter's on the ship now, right? That's why I was whining about the railing. Ah, okay. Because I was like, what are you talking about? Liara, Garrus, Dr. Chakwas. Where's the reporter's supposed to board the ship, right? Where is she at? Where is she? She's not in engineering. Why would she be in engineering? She is. Diana. Okay. She's in starboard cargo. Let's just see her real quick. Here she is.
You mean the biggest story in 50,000 years that I can in no way talk about?
So you have seen him. Just wondering.
How's your new assignment working out, Allers?
What's up?
Fairly normal, except for the unshackled AI, Matriarch Benezia's daughter, and the communicator that can reach Earth. The first two, I can deal with. That last one gets my attention.
So what are you asking for exactly?
Anything from Earth is the lead story right now. That's not opinion.
Diana will not clash with other romances.
Maybe I can pass on a few non-classified progress.
We're definitely getting Diana too. She's part of the Big H relationship.
Just a data upload.
Miranda has raised my standards too high for her.
Tell people what's really happening on Earth.
We're romancing everybody.
We need long recruiting lines on every planet after you.
Everybody we can.
I can do this, Commander. Remind me to tell you about the time I made an Elcor cry.
All right, bet. All right, that incredibly boring conversation is where we're going to leave it off for today. You know, tomorrow we got some work to do. Tomorrow we are finding Miranda. We are finding Miranda tomorrow. We will not stop stream tomorrow until we find Miranda. Why does it keep putting... Does someone know how to get it to stop showing me asterisk so I can actually see the word? Before we get out, like... Does someone know how to fix that? I'm sick of it doing asterisks. And I don't know how to get it to stop. You know? That part's annoying. Her gag reflex is as absent as her father. I put a dot by mistake. Oh. Is that because it was a link? Maybe that's why? Like, it's really annoying seeing the asterisks. Like, it doesn't do it for other curse words. Yeah. It's weird. It was... No, but it thought it was a link, right? Like, it thought it was because you put a dot. Oh. That's weird. I guess it thought it was a link. And so it just stops links from showing up. Interesting. But yeah, tomorrow we are getting Miranda and we're not leaving until we see Miranda. You know? Is she gonna board the ship? I hope so. If not, that's fine too, but we gotta see her. You know, we're trying to get everybody that we can on the ship. You know? So that is the plan. Glad that gag reflex is absent. Yeah. Sounds like a plan. I like it. And I'm glad we got Edie. Even though she's with Joker and I hate that. But, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. But, all right. Remember Resident Evil comes out this week. Yeah, we got to move, don't we? We have so much to do. We have so much to do, Glitch. So much. We got it, though. We got it. We may be late on Resident Evil. I'm not going to lie to you. Don't rush the game too much. Yeah, I feel like we're going to be a little late on Resident Evil, but that's fine. That's fine. I don't mind letting the overall viewership of the game die down a little bit. You know? So that we're not just like in a sea of the Resident Evilers. I'm fine with that. Finally done with all my appointments today and ended the day with spending all my money I left on my happy pills. At least you got them, you know? That's a good way. Ziggy Stardust. So yeah, tomorrow is another waifu quest. That's what we're going to name the stream tomorrow. Waifu questing. Let me type that right now so I remember. Waifu questing. There we go. So I will remember that for tomorrow. I'll even change it right now so we remember. But yeah. I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna eat some food and finish up My Hero. You know what I'm saying? If you've watched it and want to talk about it, I'm probably gonna post it in the anime section. You know? This is a top post. Love that. We love Rim over here. We love it. But yeah. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Thanks for chilling with me. It was fun. I hope you had fun. The VOD will be posted tomorrow at 8 a.m. Central, as always, unless YouTube's incredibly slow processing speed stops me, but it should be fine. Enjoy watching MHA. I can't wait. I have like 2 more episodes, so I need to catch up. I've heard it was good. If you are not in the Discord, there's a Discord right there. And if you're not a Discord person, you can always find me on one of the socials. And if you missed any of the VOD and you want to watch the VOD, you can catch it there. The VOD is up here, obviously, but I'm also posting it to YouTube, 8 a.m. Central. Thanks for chilling me. I hope you have a great rest of your day. And I will I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye.